Whoa. Whoa. Okay, I see what's going on. You heard? Hyenas. Ow. Hyenas. What the fuck? That shit crazy, done. That shit crazy. What the fuck's going on there, done? What the hell's going on there, done, daughter? Hold on. What the fuck? That's crazy. Let me see. Yo, GT Dundada's Hyena Scuba Divers learned from Scuba Steve was criminated, y'all. Aye. Make sure we was live, Dundada. Yeah, you can hear it. Damn, this sounds going on, then. Nigga said there's something going on. Oh, snap. That's ill. We on that time, man. Alright, we can hear. I don't know what's going on with that shit, though. Niggas trying to act like shit situation, so I can think of that. For real. GG, stay righteous. What the fuck's on with this shit? That's crazy. GG, the daughters. Ooh. You sleep with that shit that high? What you doing over there? You get up from there? Go over there. Time to go to bed. Good night. Hyenas. Ooh. What's going on with this shit? I don't know. Okay. You got you CTGs? You just got Rachel's. Let me see. Ha! Ha! Oh, we gonna get right. This was heated. How you gonna be heated? How you gonna be heated, right? And then fucking, I don't get it. And then mimic something. Like you can't be heated and mimic something at the same time. That's a fact. What the hell? I don't get it. What happened with the Govan dude? I don't get what happened with the Govan.
Which is why Maytag engineered the Pet Pro washer to remove
I honestly don't know what happened with the Govan dude.
Incoming. Cats, right? Conquer pet hair like a pro with Maytag. I know anything you was over with.
That might be cool. My role model. But I do tell the truth. I be stuck in the bottle trying to get her, take something.
No, man. I guess. In case y'all was wondering, this is me live in the flesh. All is well. I ain't really been to jail. They don't want me. To this day, they still ain't. I ain't even had a fucking interrogation. I ain't even interrogating me. I ain't even talking to no cop, no nothing. They lying, talking about the act of one. How? How? Y'all see the one talking about later? How? How? I get locked up, my shit say none expeditable. They done tolerate y'all folks and talk to y'all folks and all. But a week later, y'all want to put me on the news. If that was the case, they would have expedited me the first time.
Yeah, they gonna catch a little Finding Nemo looking. Hey, yeah, that's something up on there, y'all. They just came out last week talking about mentioning his name again, talking about he got active warrants. He over there, he was popping his stuff. So I don't know. It looks like there will be no other trial because it's coming from DA Steve Mulroy making a statement like he don't know what's going on. Now we already seen Cornelius Smith testify, and in this statement, the DA says the last two defendants will be dealt with either by trial or by plea deal, depending on their cooperation. Now, I ain't the smartest person in the world, but it seems like there would be no trial because both of these guys have cooperated. Cobain got a proper, cut him proper, talking about what he told can't be used against him. So that's a deal right there. So I don't want y'all to hold y'all breath as far as another trial. These deals had already been made. You think they ain't gonna, take a little light on Cornelius? He might give him a little 50 piece or something like that. Or life with the possibility of parole. Not like Justin Johnson. Or something like that. trial. No other trial. First of all, they don't like to spend money. That's number one. It costs a lot in Shelby County. Do not like to spend no damn money on no trial. Period. And they would have used that same jury to save money. Matter of fact, so they had to get them out of Nashville. That didn't work straight up. Yeah, they don't like to spend no money on no damn trial. Trials are expensive. That's why they love to cut deals. So that's my take on that. I found out who was having a turkey drive. Jay Fields, Dawes blood cousin, in Westwood. That's what Cornelius said. Him and Drop was headed to Westwood to take out any PRE member that they see, and hoping they were gonna catch Dawes and get the big bag. So that was Jay Fields. Well, Jay Fields. They was looking to take out anybody. So, man, you skated on that one, but they got your cousin. So I don't know. Keep his name alive, and because it could have been you. And that's crazy to think about. That people be having bags dropped on their backs, their heads, and don't even know it. That any day somebody can walk up and blow your brains out, and you don't even know why. Just because where it came from. Where did all the jealousy and envy and the hate that you got?
That's just crazy. Niggas put bags on niggas that they don't even know.
I don't understand that. And then get your life taken. You know what I'm saying? All that for nothing. All that for nothing. What is important? Big Head, he was skated away. He was skated away over there in Neverland. Over there with Brother Love, drinking them spiked drinks and stuff. And nobody tell him how his anus feel. But you know, it is what it is. Holly weird. But that's my take on that. Let me see what else I gotta say before I get out of here. This ain't gonna be a long video. There was something that was on my mind. Yeah. We all need closure. We getting justice for Dawes, and it's gonna be all of this gonna be over with real soon because Jamarcus Johnson and Hernandez Govan goes to trial on October the 9th. Now, if Jamarcus Johnson going to court on October 9th, that means he ready to plead guilty. They don't need it for nothing. They set Cornelius' date for November 15th. That means he gonna plead guilty as well. And that is how they organizing this, one at a time. Now, if the feds are going to do anything with CMG and label it a criminal organization since they named, well, this is what they waiting on. In my personal opinion, I know a little bit about the law on both sides. If the feds are going to enact or activate a RICO against CMG, and with all those attempts where they have enough proof, because they already got Howard Keon Wright in jail for attempt on dog life. They already didn't caught Super Vato and released them in Hollywood without actually got shot. They already stamped the seal and called Big Flip II the underboss, basically. So that's a mafia, but that was the RICO was created for. The mafia, the mob. So if you organize your organization, you might well put that criminal organization on it because that'll be the RICO. And once Archimedes plead guilty, and once Jamarcus Johnson plead guilty, and once Govan take his deal, then that's when the feds will have that evidence, that's them, in my personal opinion. Because now, everybody has told something, and now they can label CMG as a criminal organization. And you have personal, intimate details about what was going on. And we know you do. So I don't know, you better go ahead and kiss Angela goodbye. As a matter of fact, anybody ever see that both of them folks got big ass heads? That's his soul, man. She got a big ass head. He got a big ass head. Boy, if they have a baby, oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know. I don't know, but we're gonna have a C-section. But man, two big heads make another big head. Yeah, what it is. Alright, my name's Chu. I'm out of here. Yeah, I think that's some of it up on this video. And I'm gonna let y'all let y'all stay true, stay safe, and stay blessed. We out. True. Oh, Cash App $, True is our number 2. Matter of fact, I had a couple people to call out right quick. Hold on for 1 second. 1 second. Let me see. I know Marilyn T. I know that. Marilyn T. Yep, Marilyn T. Bernie Lacey. Thank you. Marilyn T. Thank you. TW. Thank you. Let me see. Dr. Earwarner. Good Dr. Earwarner. Thank you. Marilyn T. again. Pat P. Big salute. My boy Kenneth K. Salute. Dion. Salute. Nicholas D. Salute. Cornelia McClinton. Thank you. Thank all y'all for y'all.
That's just crazy, y'all. That's just crazy. Life's what you make it, Dada.
It is bad. Your money ain't big enough. See, one thing about Diddy, he came down to reality. He think his money, he's still up there somewhere. Hold on. He think. He said he don't know. He plain Diddy
Sun's out.
crash.
Is it sun's
He
out?
just ain't seen it go down yet. You been spinning around like you was in a helicopter going down. Ask Kobe, they been and let you go, man. They let you go, when they let you go, you don't mean nothing no more. What you are? What you got for it, Diddy?
You got the top hat on because again the OG is kind of elevated to a whole nother level now.
Yeah, we in a whole different atmosphere right now.
Come on now.
Yeah, we are in overflow right now.
So, are you ready to get to the shits? Cause I'm ready to talk about it. I'm ready to talk about it, man.
Let's get to it.
Let's go in. You know, elephant in the room. Ain't even an elephant. It's more like a Diddy in the room.
Okay.
But oh shit. OG Percy sees Diddy locked up, arrested. What's the first thing that go through your head?
Something that Malcolm X said, the roosters have come. Yeah, I remember when he said that.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
we did that, you know what I'm saying? Life is only good when you treat it right. Life is only good when you treat it right, man. What you do behind say, man, oh, joking with a good person, it ain't what I see in front of us, what you do when that camera go off, huh? It's what we don't see. Who are you when that camera off? Who are you when we not around? Who are you when you ain't PD? Oh, you know now, Puffy. You Puffy. I know that right, Puff. Yeah, but see the same thing about that, if you ain't doing right, it's gonna come get you, huh? And I can only, let me tell y'all something, I'm not gonna leave, Mo 3 ain't gonna leave this world without ending up dead in the street. Young Dolph ain't gonna leave this world without ending up dead in the street. Big Juke ain't gonna leave this world without ending up dead in the street. Make it make sense, because that's the game they in.
You don't think King Von could have grew to an old man?
Now if you got blood in the street, let y'all soak in for a minute. Now if you got blood in the street, this is not a physical life we living in, this is a spiritual war. If you killing spirits, you gonna die in one, huh? You got blood in the street, huh? You gonna leave here the same way you left blood in the street. You can't sneak out here and be counsel. You gotta counsel. No, you ain't gonna leave here with your sugar, your leg cut off and diabetic. No. You got blood in the street. A lot of people say you can't choose how you live, but yeah, you can. The way you live is how you live. The way you live is how you live. You understand me? You don't got a choice, but hey,
God, man.
God, I know. God got a map for you. You just gotta get where you going.
So what I want to do is,
Talk to me.
P. Diddy, he got put on suicide watch.
Oh, you supposed to.
Yes.
See, you supposed to. He think he ain't.
Yeah.
And guess what? Man, hey, Diddy. Ain't no time for no club party. And hey.
How do you feel? How does Percy feel he's adjusting to being a billionaire living in a mansion to the next day you behind that 6x10 or whatever size they may give him?
See, man, hey, I'm sorry, but I'm on the opposite side of the fence. I'm the one that loves you, Diddy coming. I'm gonna break his head. Hey, Diddy. Somebody know me? Diddy. Hey, down in the sales, hey, what's up? What's up? You ain't you know what your new number is, don't you? Your new number is, don't you? 112. Balls. And I say that to say the people that you messed over in life, it'll come back to you. Gotta catch that 112.
Yeah, no,
Come with it, buddy.
oh, yeah, take that.
Take that. Take that. Just take that. They're gonna take everything you got, Diddy. We sit in that motherfucker in a toilet paper gown in the romper room, with your pads on, with the hole in the throat. Can somebody please ask me what the hole in the throat? That's what you shit in. You don't get a toilet. You gotta go sit on the floor and shit on that floor in that goddamn hole. And then you don't even get the flush. There's a button outside to say where they matching. Keep acting like you're gonna kill yourself. They got something more for the killer. It's called suicide watch. Do you know what happened to suicide watch? Shit, nigga, you think you gonna go crazy? That suicide watch will drive you crazy. You didn't know? Oh, have you ever been in a room with y'all went to the doctor, right?
Yeah.
And you said, get out the clothes and put this on.
Oh, yeah.
Got sit on the coat, gas be cold on that iron and table and shit and everything. But the little gown you got on.
Yeah.
That's what they give you. That's what P. Daddy in right now. He ain't one of them gowns. Oh, ain't no more Sean John. I know. Get you. Now we out of the Sean John. Ain't no Sean John here. Now, ain't no, what was the bottle you popping?
Ciroc.
Shit.
Yeah.
It's cold water, hot water. Oh, my bad. On the toilet. You drinking out the toilet now, my nigga. You remember you went from popping bottles to drinking out the toilet. Does it make it make sense? That is what your toilet is made of. That's what your sink made of. It's connected to the toilet. You got the water blue, the cold, oh my bad. You just got a little button. You just messy. You gotta stick your hand there and wait for it to get warm. When you got cold, you can get the lukewarm, not hot water. Lukewarm, that's what you drink at the toilet. And when you flush, you go straight to the toilet, you shit and piss in it. Oh, my bad, Jimmy. You went to sit at the finest restaurant, eating, shout out to Mr. Bennett. Shout out to Mr. Bennett, my bad.
Yeah, Fonzor. Yeah.
That's hello.
Yeah.
You know the one that had something.
Yeah.
You know one that stood over there and looked out for him all the time and he treated like wasn't nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, that shit up. That shit up.
That umbrella fall.
Yeah. You ain't say, man, that's over. Saying that to say, man, when you got it good, treat it good, y'all.
For those that, because again, a lot of our fans have never put on a prison jumpsuit.
Yes, sir.
If Diddy isn't, if he's cloth in that prison jumpsuit, let's say it gets cold, hot, how much protection does that outfit give you?
It give you enough to go in that cone.
Oh shit. You okay with me?
You trying to cover up. You trying to cover up. You trying to cover up.
This man about to put on the show right now.
I mean, try to cover up. That's all you got. Shit, trying to stay warm up. Man, let me tell you something about themselves. They make you break you. Them type of cells are built to mentally destroy you. Mentally. Not physically, mentally.
That nigga
They
stupid.
mean to mentally destroy you. Guess what? When people make things for you, they gonna do their job. You smoke weed, you gonna get high. You get put in that solitary, you gonna lose your mind. Yeah, that's what it's there for. It's there to break you, to stop you. Oh, you wanna act up? Well, put him in there. Yeah, nigga, what P.T. Diddy thing, he gotta come down to what we call a real reality check. You gotta come back down to earth, homie. You never left. You just been so high up there, you thought you was in heaven.
That's below Earth. I'm prison like hell though. Like shit.
It's just one step away.
Yeah.
Mama say you either dead or in the grave. Well, which one is it, Mama? Dead or in the grave? I'm trying to say that. Does that make sense? So right now, Diddy in the grave, he ain't dead. He's somewhere you can't, he's like being in a coffin you can't get out. It's like somebody threw dirt on you, you in there, but you can't. He in the grave right now, he in Hades. He beat on the dog, all the things them take. Oh, that got me hot, man.
Man,
The only thing gonna save you behind them balls is God.
come on.
Don't worry, man.
No,
I said it again. Not the God. You can call for the rank, you can call him lieutenant, you can call him sergeant. God! God, you calling the wrong one. You gotta call God.
Damn.
That's the only person gonna save you behind them balls. You can call anybody else you want for help. You know, your mama, your daddy, lieutenant, this, captain, that. No. You should have been calling. You know.
Damn.
You know, somebody give you some perfect peace. You don't need some perfect peace, not no help. You need peace. When you get peace here, you can do your time. You can do your time as long as you're full.
Yeah.
And you peace in mind. So you worry about what's going on here, then you worry about what's going on out here.
So
Believe.
let me ask you, for a billionaire to go from filet mignon, whatever you want to eat, to they say he get 3 meals a day, 1,800 calories. Like what kind of adjustment is it? Like you know?
You practice what you preach, man. Diddy had a lot of time to make things right for a lot of people. He had a lot of souls in his hand. A lot of souls in his hand. Somebody ought to be able to help him. If he was doing right. I don't see nobody.
The T.D. Jakes should be.
I mean, he should have been the first thing, man. But you know what? He hiding too. Shit, know these things. Don't say nothing about me, man.
Association.
I already got this far. I just can't stand no more. He ain't moving my ass to the church. Yeah, he thought, yeah. Oh, but then he don't know he in just as much trouble now. And then, you know how many people scared? What I hate to say, what Jake needs to do is just don't hurry and call, hey. Call them folks. Jake. I'm giving you a heads up, Jake. Call them before they call you.
Damn.
But they gonna be calling. They gonna call everybody got something to do with something. One thing you don't know, when Diddy offered 50 million to get out, that man won't out.
That man offered 50 million.
Get out. You know how bad he won't out? 50 million. Come on, man. Nigga ain't got $1,000 to get out.
This is one of the biggest and tallest buildings in the world. But you've probably never heard of it. The Mecca Royal Clock Tower is a triumph of engineering. At 35 times the size of Big Ben, it has the world's largest clock.
I'm the team mascot. Boy, am I running late. Oh, what a hit. And if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, the cost to cover that might tank your season. So get off, Dave. We'll be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Throughout the ages, many kings have risen to power.
With an estimated cost of $16 billion, it's one of the most expensive buildings ever constructed. And at 600 meters high, it contains what is to this day the highest occupied man-made space on the planet. Seeing the tower rise above the city of Mecca, it's hard to get a true sense of its unbelievable scale. This building is in fact so huge that we need to take a moment to show it in comparison to the tallest building in Europe, the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere, the tallest building in Asia, and of course the tallest building in the world. In whatever city you place it, from Sydney to LA, this clock tower would utterly dominate the skyline. Construction firms from over 10 different countries worked on the skyscraper, including a German firm which designed the clock. But because of its location in Mecca, many of the engineers and architects couldn't visit the site. After all, only Muslims are allowed in the sacred city.
Mecca is very conservative. There's a passport control. There's like a border going into another country.
Some of the construction team, including glazing experts from Poland and Germany, converted to Islam so they could work on the projects.
The company Riva is near Stuttgart in Germany, and their owner, he converted to Islam during that project to be able to come on site and see for himself what's going on and what's happening.
This is the wild story of how one of the world's most unique and ostentatious skyscrapers was built. The Mecca Royal Clock Tower isn't just a hotel. It can't be. It's located in the heart of one of the most culturally significant cities in the world. This is Mecca. Every year, up to 3 million Muslims travel here to complete a pilgrimage known as the Hajj. Those completing the Hajj circle around the Kaaba 7 times. It's an ancient ritual that every Muslim must complete at least once in their life. This site is thousands of years old, extremely delicate and constantly crowded. And just a few hundred metres away across the road was where this enormous hotel was set to be constructed. It's pretty much the exact opposite of a straightforward construction site.
It's right in the center of Mecca city, inside the first ring road, which is really the most congested area in Saudi Arabia. Then the center of Islam. All Muslims want to go there. You have the Holy Mosque with the Kaaba in the middle.
The religious tourism market is the second largest source of income for Saudi Arabia after hydrocarbons. It contributes some $12 billion annually to the kingdom's economy. That means that Mecca has the largest number of hotel rooms in the Arab world, far surpassing Dubai. It's perhaps then not a huge surprise that this enormous hotel would be constructed here.
And due to the nature of it sitting so closely to the Kaaba and in this very, let's say, sensitive environment, the client reached out to us and wanted to elaborate with us ideas on bringing more meaning to the building.
The hotel needed to be more than just a commercial building because of its location. It needed to be something spiritual.
So we started thinking about what such a building could stand for. And then one of the ideas that was created in those several meetings and brainstormings was that the main tower could function as the minaret of Mecca. At the time when it was planned, would have been the highest building in the world.
The hotel was originally supposed to be just 450 metres high, which would still have made it the tallest building in the world at the start of its construction in 2002. When the decision was taken to transform it into a grand minaret, the height was extended to 600 metres.
Burj Khalifa was not built yet, it was also in planning, and they, of course, then once it was clear that this tower would be 600 meters, they raised to 800 meters, took the record for that one.
But turning this hotel into an enormous minaret wasn't enough. The client wanted even more. Time plays an important role in Islam. There is, of course, the call to prayer that happens 5 times a day. The adhan is the first call to prayer and is usually made from the top of the minaret. The idea of then making this building into a clock tower as well came very naturally. Now, this clock would establish a new second time standard in addition to Greenwich Mean Time. All over the world, Muslims will be able to know the precise atomic time in Mecca. That would allow Muslims to begin holidays and special occasions like Ramadan simultaneously, regardless of where they are on Earth. But there was just one pretty massive problem. Half of the the building was already built. By the time the Saudis wanted to extend the height and add that clock tower, half of this hotel was completed. The foundations were well and truly laid and had been designed for a 450-metre tower, not a 600-metre one. That limited the weight of the building to just 82,000 tonnes. For contrast, Shanghai Tower, which rises to a comparable 632 metres, weighs 575,000 tonnes.
So we went into checking the foundations, how were the foundations laid out, how were they calculated, what forces were they allowed to hold, and we saw that they had a lot of reserves in. That's a typical measure in Mecca, that all the buildings have a lot of reserves just for the sheer fact that there is so many people moving through the city and they want to be on the absolute safe side. And then together with a German structural engineer, Meyer Ludischer and partner, we started developing then an ultra lightweight structure that could be placed on top of this concrete tower.
The engineers and designers needed to create a tall, lightweight but strong structure to put on top of the existing hotel. Fortunately, history had already solved that problem. Rewind the clock to 1889 and Gustav Eiffel was planning to build the tallest man-made structure in time for the World's Fair. To build it high and fast and to ensure it didn't sink under its own weight, he came up with the now iconic wrought iron framework structure. This allowed the tower to soar to new heights and redistribute its weight downwards to its base. The engineers at the clock tower began sketching their design by placing the Eiffel Tower on top of the existing hotel. They used high-strength steel and concrete instead of wrought iron, but kept the idea of a framework structure that grew more slender as it rose, like the trunk of a tree. They also kept the same engineering principles from the Eiffel Tower. They would then build their clock and minarets around that framework structure. The lightweight design was then placed on 5 transfer slabs on top of the hotel. There were, of course, a number of limitations that came with this approach. The distance between floors, for example, had to be far higher than normal.
Behind the clock, one floor level is about 12 meters, 13 meters. You could not go with typical floors, then the weight would have been exceeded. And then also, the floors are cut out. There's a big void in those floors.
The voids, which made the floors weigh less, were then incorporated into the design and used to display large exhibits and artworks.
So it works well with the exhibition, but that was actually also the reason to reduce the weight of the building.
Now, throughout this video, you're going to see a very different type of on-site health and safety and labour culture to the one that many of you are familiar with and that we at the B1M advocate for. But we've made the decision to bring you the footage in any case to tell the extraordinary engineering story of this project.
Enjoy our crispy salmon and potatoes recipe from our registered dietitians at stopandshop.com.
When you're that high working, that shit crazy.
Rivista, integrated collaboration platform. Can your 3D 2D software do this? Explore projects in 3D and 2D with a split view or overlay features. And keep track of issues with the issue tracker. Ready to learn more? Visit Rivista.com. At HealthSource RI for Employers, we provide access to health insurance to more than 1,100 local businesses and nonprofits, and 96% of them renew through us every year. Maybe it's our choice of 19 different health plans, our 10 years of customizing solutions, or our one local team of dedicated experts helping employers find quality health insurance. See how our numbers stack up for you. Learn more at healthsourceri.com/employers.
With the structure worked out, it was time to turn their attention to building the world's biggest clock. The architect of the tower worked with Perot, a German company that had been designing clocks since 1860.
There was a lot of different design iterations that went into the clock mechanism, the clock hands. How do you operate such a big clock, especially in that height?
The clock hands were one of the biggest challenges.
Because of the size of the clock and its immense height, the first challenge was figuring out how to keep the hands from blowing away in the wind. A number of designs were considered, including having the tips of the hands guided by a peripheral track, similar to how a Ferris wheel works or a roller coaster. But that idea turned out to be too heavy. It also had too many moving parts that could malfunction and would eventually need replacing. You would also steer the track underneath, ruining the facade.
We didn't like the idea to have a slit, a circular slit around the facade.
So they needed something lightweight and simple. It was decided the hands would be made of carbon fibre, and they would be controlled by a centrally installed clock drive that could hold both of them. The hands themselves measure 23 metres and 17 metres respectively. For comparison, Big Ben's hands are 4.2 metres and 2.7 metres.
With fantastic team of engineers, we find out that we could use a special carbon fiber to make this clock hand cantilever. So we have this 22-meter long clock hand, mini clock hand, which is completely cantilever. Of course, there are counterweights on the other end to balance.
The wind pressure on this gigantic clock face was also tremendous, not just on the hands, but also on the facade.
The clock face was designed to be slightly concave to shield the hands from the wind, which at this height could reach up to 200 kilometers an hour.
The concavity of the clock was in order to keep the clock hands within the profile of the building. So that's why you have this D-shaped form for the clock.
There are 4 clock drives, actually 5. The 5th one was also put up on the platform as a spare. And we also have a spare set of clock hands. They are so big that you can actually access them and walk in them. We have a special maintenance switch that actually parks them both in a horizontal position. Once this connection is made, a human being can slide through them. At least it can be done quite easily. You don't have to build a scaffolding that's 500 meters high.
The designers conducted a number of tests to figure out the colours of the clock. It was especially important to work out how it should be lit up at night so it could be most legible.
The obvious idea, let's backlit the facade, but was directly dismissed because technology and quality or definition of the architectural details.
After several trial runs under different weather conditions and with different colour combinations, it was decided that instead of black and white, the clock face would be green and white, and that LED lights would be used. Now, green and white was chosen because of how the human eye works. When green light refracts in the eye, it focuses on the image plane of the retina, creating a sharper image. These colour combinations would ensure the clock face could be seen clearly from more than 8 kilometres away. Each LED pixel placed on the clock face was installed 105mm from the next one. That's so that from a distance it would appear as a single green surface. Staggeringly, more than 2 million LEDs were used to illuminate the tower in total.
These LED lights were also specifically developed for the task. It took about a year, I think, till we finally were happy with the outcome. The problem is that if these LEDs get very hot, their lifetime is reduced dramatically. We have a hot climate there. The problem was to find the right casting as a cooling body for the individual LEDs.
Now, while this painstaking attention to detail certainly added to the $16 billion cost, for the Saudi royal family, spending on the finer details has been worth it for a long time. A Saudi prince once purchased Salvador Mundi, the most expensive painting in the world, at $450 million US. These super wealthy figures see this fine art as an investment, one that's even outpaced more traditional assets like stocks or real estate. But even if you don't have a royal checkbook, then don't worry, because you can still unlock the high-powered world of art investing yourself thanks to today's video sponsor, Masterworks. Over 900,000 members have signed on to the art investing platform because no art expertise is required. Previous investable offerings from legends like Picasso, Kors and Banksy have sometimes sold out within minutes. Since so many of the B1M subscribers have signed on so far, you can still skip the waitlist and start investing today with the QR code on screen, the link in the description, or by visiting masterworks.art/the B1M. Past performance is not indicative of future returns, and investing does involve risk. You can see important Regulation A disclosures at masterworks.com/CD.
That's how they fucking body shit. That's just crazy.
Now, let's get back to that
That's just
massive clock tower.
nutty.
keeping with Islamic traditions, the facade of the tower is covered in 98 million mosaic tiles, each measuring 20 by 20 millimetres. The glass tiles came in 13 different colours, 1/3 of which contained 24-carat gold leaf. The order for the tiles was so immense that the Venetian company producing them had to invent a new way to automate the process just to get it done.
This is a very good company that was chosen for their quality. But at that time, particularly the gold tiles were manufacturing an amount of 50 to 20 square a month. And we were in necessity of 250, 300 square meter a month to catch up with the construction. We developed together with them a robotic system. So also there from manual operation to a mixed technology of robotics and manual.
The tiles themselves had to be rigorously tested to ensure they could withstand the extreme weather at the top of this building.
Everything has been tested in lab or also weather, fire tests, and all the possible tests were made.
Now, much of the tower was prefabricated in Dubai, a city that kind of knows a thing or two about megastructures. The 98 million tiles were set here and put on the facade piece by piece, all by hand. More than 100 people worked on the mosaics, and only the best, most flawless tiles were selected. These finished pieces of the facade were then broken down and taken across the desert in trucks in a 3-day journey to Mecca, where they were reassembled. The clock face itself was also built in Dubai first, so they could see what it would look like firsthand. This was done partly to test the structure, but also because many of the architects and engineers working on the building couldn't travel to Mecca themselves to see it finished. This approach allowed them to make any necessary adjustments before the clock face was finally installed.
We had to erect a quarter of the clock, so we had to rebuild a main structure, the substructure of the clock, and the clock for a quarter of it.
It too was then dismantled and sent to Mecca. The very top of the structure was also prefabricated in Dubai. This crescent moon structure would reach for the sky and house the highest prayer room in the world.
The crescent of this half moon, that is a typical element that put on the top of the minaret.
The crescent itself is the biggest carbon fiber structure ever built.
It contains 3 floors with the prayer room, a meeting room, and an office.
There is an elevator climbing all the way up to the top of the spire, and from there, there are, I remember, something like 15, 18 meters of a spiral staircase leading you to the crescent.
Finally, the time came to lift the prayer room to its final place at the top of the tower. It had been severed into several parts so it could be trucked to Mecca, but there was just one problem. Where the prayer room had to be lifted up to was so high, the crane couldn't reach it.
So there's a spiral stair that goes through the spine of the crescent, or let's say that the neck of the crescent. And a friend of mine and myself, we always went up that spiral stair to take a break, went there to smoke a cigarette. It was beautiful. You sit, there's nothing around you. And we knew, okay, from the program that the crescent will come in within the next 2 weeks. And then we looked on the tower and said, that's a bit weird. The tower crane at the time was only then reaching with the tip kind of to that platform.
With very limited time left, they had to raise the crane to its absolute limits.
The tower crane was then at a height of 200 plus meters, and then quite a heavy load on it. The one segment of this crescent was 7 to 8 tons. The capacity of the crane then got to its limit because the height was, everything was at its limit. The height was just enough. The capacity, the weight of the crescent was exactly on the limit of the crane.
Then came the wind. 600 meters above the ground, riggers strapped into harnesses, some on the structure, others on the tower, bracing themselves against the forces. The crescent soon began spinning out of control.
I think there were 2 or 3 guys that really got sick because it was rotating. It was really one of the most stressful days on site.
The team on the viewing platform had to use ropes to steady the structure and bring it into place.
The poor crane driver, I think he was going nuts because they on the walkie-talkie, people from down all yelling at him. Took quite a while, took longer than anticipated, but they managed.
With the prayer room in place, the tower was officially topped out. To this day, it's still the highest occupiable space on any man-made structure. The Burj Khalifa's highest occupied floor is at 585 meters, while Shanghai Towers is at 583. Both pale in comparison to this prayer room, sitting 600 meters above Mecca.
Then we had the opening ceremony where the king actually came to Mecca and then pressed the red button and all the lights went on. And that was a great moment. That was really, really good. I mean, it's like 3 years of hardcore pressure and stress, and it all came to a success. Well, it was just a great moment. One of the best moments in my life, that's for sure.
The clock tower now stands as a symbol of Mecca in the 21st century. A place steeped in history with an important role in the lives of millions of people today. There isn't another building like it, and there probably never will be.
I think it's totally different from any other, even the most spectacular buildings of extreme height. They will never compete with this shape and this function. It's the only tower that hits its own time signal for Muslims worldwide. Anything which is of a unification purpose in these days is very important, and that may be the real value of this structure.
Despite shattering so many records, this building is still remarkably unknown in the Western world.
At the beginning, I was a little bit disappointed or sad. I managed to understand that maybe it's even good for the building. In the contemporary architecture, the building is not even finished and is already on the magazine or on internet. People talk for 1 month and then it's forgotten. So I assume this building is slowly metabolized by the city. It's becoming an icon and slowly will become, in the time, an essential building.
I think that the building in itself will remain an icon for Saudi, and it will remain an icon for the whole Islamic world. Because of course, many Muslims have worked on the building. There were at times up to 15,000, 17,000 construction workers on that complex. All of them Muslim and all from different countries all over the world. So there is pretty much every country has kind of a story, a connection to that building, which you do not have in typical building.
The biggest clock for me personally has not that importance. This big clock has offered this opportunity to explore materials, technology, to have new space behind. So it's a completely different building from a stereotype skyscraper, you know.
Despite working on the project for several years, many of the lead architects have never seen the building in real life.
No, I couldn't. And there is one thing the architect can do, they can imagine quite well. So, of course, to stand there, look at, walk around would be fantastic. But let's say my head is quite well represented and imagined.
I can say that I didn't convert. The closest I ever got physically was 20 kilometers, which is already inside the confines of Mecca. My driver didn't realize that he had a non-believer on board. He stopped in the middle of the motorway and made a U-turn and dropped me back out again. This building is so gigantic that you can see it from 50 miles away or even further.
We're now seeing so many projects being announced in Saudi Arabia, from giant linear cities to desert arenas, all with fresh skepticism as to whether they can be achieved. And while it of course remains to be seen, the Mecca Royal Clock Tower is in many ways the first Saudi mega project. Whatever comes next, it remains a towering accomplishment in its own right, and with it, world's most challenging construction project. The largest and most powerful nuclear fusion reactor ever built. An amazing team of scientists and construction workers are trying to replicate what happened.
I'm walking along one of the weirdest borders I've ever been to.
What's happening here is existential and people know it. What's at stake is the very existence of this country as a nation.
Russia's neighbor, Georgia, is closely watching what happens in Ukraine.
Welcome to History for Granite. Join me to explore ancient Egypt. Please subscribe, and together we'll uncover secrets from the past written in stone. The Great Pyramid of Giza contains many unique and mysterious design features compared to the pyramids that come before and after. Combined with the fact that it was the largest pyramid ever constructed, it's no wonder that these peculiarities have fascinated explorers.
Ding dong! You know they're here for the M&Ms.
Throughout history. Among these many special qualities, the so-called Queen's Chamber of the Great Pyramid stands out as confounding those who have studied the pyramids. No modern researchers believe it was designed for a queen, but rather its name comes from the Islamic Middle Ages. The gabled saddle vault ceiling was considered a feminine design at the time, in comparison with the name given to the highest chamber in the pyramid, known as the King's Chamber. This is why only the Great Pyramid has a King's Chamber and a Queen's Chamber, while later pyramids are simply designated with a burial chamber and an antechamber. The Queen's Chamber, however, is no mere antechamber, as it stands isolated from the King's Chamber and was sealed off within the pyramid at the passage which leads to it. In previous videos, I have discussed individual mysteries of the Queen's Chamber, including old accounts of it containing a sarcophagus, the decorative corbelled niche, the sealed air channels, and its other unfinished masonry. In this video, we're going to tie all the Queen's Chamber mysteries together and present a cohesive understanding of the space. In doing so, we're going to focus on one more mystery that has not been fully investigated. In 1986, French architect and researcher Gilles Dormier was granted permission to drill into the horizontal passage leading to the Queen's Chamber. Microgravimetry and ground-penetrating radar surveys indicated a low-density space was adjacent to this corridor. Dormier hoped to find sealed magazine storerooms filled with grave goods and drilled 3 times into the western wall of the passage. Each drill core penetrated at a slightly different angle, but all of them came up with varying depths of sand packed between the inner limestone blocks of the pyramid. The first core drilled about 30 degrees down from horizontal for about 2.6 meters and passed through a 20-centimeter cavity of sand. The second core drilled about 35 degrees from horizontal for a similar depth and passed through a 10-centimeter sand cavity. The final and southernmost core drilled about 40 degrees from horizontal and reached a sand cavity at least 40 centimeters in depth, but could not drill farther through it. The discovery of sand rather than grave goods was interpreted in the media as a failure at the time, and consequently no drilling has occurred at the Great Pyramid since 1986. The sand itself is particularly interesting because microscopic analysis revealed it is a smooth and large-grained pure quartz variety not native to the Giza Plateau. The closest match for the sand is El Tor on the Sinai Peninsula, hundreds of miles away. Egyptology has yet to take interest in this sand, and Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass characterize it in their 2017 book as simply filler material between the Queen's Chamber passage walls and the rougher core masonry of the pyramid. This explanation has also given rise to the idea that the Great Pyramid used presence between blocks, sand was also intentionally deposited into those areas as well. The sand found near the Queen's Chamber Passage, however, is not what the ancient Egyptians would use as a cheap filler for a structure the size of the Great Pyramid. This quartz sand was transported from a great distance and not comparable to the cheaper materials at Giza used for the rougher fill of the pyramid. There was plenty of sand available near the pyramids, so importing a different variety would only be done for a specific reason. The differences between the Queen's Chamber Passage sand and Giza desert sand are as follows. The passage sand is 99% quartz with trace bits of plagioclase, whereas Giza sand is a mixture of calcite, quartz, and plagioclase. The passage sand is large, with grain size ranging from 100 to 400 microns. Giza desert sand is smaller, ranging from 10 to 100 microns in size. Finally, the passage sand grains are smooth and rounded, in contrast to Giza sand, which is angular and sharp. Clearly, the passage sand is very different from the desert sand, but what benefit would this difference bestow upon the builders of the Great Pyramid? Attempting to read about engineering properties of sand, it became clear I was in over my head. Thus, I reached out to experts who might help me understand the distinction between the passage sand and the desert sand at Giza. An engineering professor at the University of Sydney was kind enough to explain how the quartz sand found in the passage would be more efficient for various methods of construction. This well-graded quartz sand would reduce the friction of dragging heavy stones over it by up to half compared to the local desert sand. The more homogeneous grain size and the rounded shape of the pure quartz sand contribute to this reduction in friction. Reducing the friction of dragging stones would have an obvious benefit when constructing a pyramid. But there's another benefit to reducing the friction coefficient of sand, and this is how the grains of sand act upon each other. The pure quartz sand found in the passage would have a much better flowability than the local desert sand. Rounded grains flow better than angular grains. Also, the quartz sand has a 1 to 4 size distribution compared to a 1 to 10 distribution for the desert sand. A more homogeneous size distribution increases flowability. Smaller sand grains are also more subjected to cohesion when moisture is introduced, and a few drops of water combined with 10 micron sized sand grains turns them into a sticky paste. The larger grains of pure quartz sand are thus more resistant to moisture. Finally, quartz is mechanically stronger than calcite, and the pure quartz sand would be subjected to less breakage and abrasion introduced by compressive stress. The breakage of sand produces fine particulate that further increases friction. All of these physical characteristics combine to make the quartz sand found in the Queen's Chamber Passage far superior as a building material. The ancient Egyptians may have been unaware why this sand created less friction and flowed better, but nonetheless they could observe these effects when using it. If there's one thing Egyptians had a lot of experience with, it's sand. But this premium quartz sand was transported a great distance to Giza, and it seems unlikely the primary function was to fill empty gaps in the rough pyramid masonry. The Queen's Chamber is not far from where the quartz sand was discovered, and so perhaps a connection can be made between the two. The floor of this chamber is conspicuously rough and lacks a finished high-quality pavement. Furthermore, the physical evidence suggests the floor was never finished, because the subfloor was only cut down in the center of the room to receive blocks fitted on top. The question of how enormous stones making up the saddle vault ceiling of the Queen's Chamber were installed can perhaps be combined with the missing floor and the sand. The other saddle vaults in the Great Pyramid include the chevron blocks above the entrance and Campbell's Chamber high above the King's Chamber. But these other saddle vaults cover small spaces and have large notches cut to receive logs that could support the beams as they were set in place. They were also never meant to be seen, and thus cutouts in the stone were not problematic. The Queen's Chamber, however, is a spacious room with a high ceiling and was designed to have a finely finished appearance. Thus, the same technique of cutting into the walls for a log falsework of support would not be suitable. The solution, first commented on by Flinders Petrie, was to build up a structure inside the Queen's Chamber on top of the subfloor to support the ceiling beams as they were installed. Other researchers, such as Gilles Dormian, have attempted to make sense of the stone layout in the floor and explain every detail that can be observed. But taking one individual cutting, such as the lightning bolt-shaped edge in the center of the room, and extrapolating an entire design is too speculative for my liking. I prefer patterns, and there are only two clear patterns that I can see. The first is that the perimeter of the floor has a raised edge 75 centimeters from the wall on all sides. This edge is clearly seen on at least 8 different floor stones, including all 4 corners. Ancient Egyptians always cut down stones to fit blocks that would sit on top of them, and thus it can be concluded that the center of the Queen's Chamber was built up with masonry, leaving a 75 centimeter gap along the walls on all sides. The second pattern is the numerous round holes found cut into the subfloor. All of these holes, except for one in the center of the room,
We're here with a real-life Iron Man. John, how much does a place like this cost?
It's about $5 million.
And you built this all from money you made on YouTube.
Yes.
Holy crap.
I don't like being called crazy anything. That could potentially kill you.
Is any part of you think your life is in danger?
It's my job to amp up the danger.
Oh, nice.
I came up with what I call the 6 tenets of a good video. We doubled in every metric: revenue, employees, subscribers.
What is this, man?
The world's largest Thor hammer. We thought it looked good when you put them in.
Egypt is a country.
Bill Wong.
Maybe you've seen this picture before. I know I have. It's posted all over the internet. It's an old town with an insane amount of towers, many around 100 meters tall, twice the size of the Tower of Pisa. And it's not just this image. Cultural influencers love this town, and I get it. This medieval skyline seems out of place. It looks more like modern New York. It is impressive, it is futuristic, it seems almost unbelievable. Image. And it's supposed to be of a real place, the Italian city of Bologna. But nowadays, you'll find just a handful of towers there. Online, no one seems to agree on how many towers there used to be. This got my historian senses tingling. Are these images actually real? I wanted to find out one thing. What happened to these towers? To answer that question, I knew I had to go there. I'm on my way to Bologna. I'm meeting Lorenzo Caravaggio, lecturer in medieval history from Lancaster University in the UK, who might be the Italian with the most impressive English accent alive.
Indeed.
It's going to take some time to get there, but I hope I'll get some rest with help of today's sponsor, Mantis Sleep. I've been using Mantis Sleep past. Jochem? Hey, Jochem? Okay, wait, let's see. VPN, no. Website, no. Mantis Sleep. Mantis Sleep makes the world's best sleep mask and accessories. All Mantis masks completely block out any light and are highly adjustable. They have big cups, so there's no pressure at all on your eyelids. Jochem is wearing the Mantis Sleep Pro. This mask has C-shaped cups, which is perfect for side sleepers like Jochem. I just spent the night sleeping on the floor of this Reed Ferry, which generally I would not recommend. But with Mantis Sleep mask and some earplugs, it was actually fine. I got way more sleep than I was expecting. The mask fits, I didn't really feel it when I was sleeping, and they kept the lights on the entire trip, so it was nice to have a mask that completely blocked that out. So if you also want to use Mantis Sleep, you can use my code PRESENTPODS for a 10% discount at the link below. And we can go back to Bologna. I started with
Nice to
reading up on
see.
the history of Bologna's towers. Many were built 800 years ago. You might know Italy as this unified country. Italy at the time was different. It was a mess of small states. In this area, they think cities should not be ruled by popes or emperors, but ruled by its citizens. Independent city-states like Venice, Florence and Bologna have become the hubs of trade and culture. By some estimates, Bologna becomes one of the largest cities in Europe. It's a time of huge, ambitious projects. Cities build cathedrals, town halls, and public squares. And some people build towers. In Bologna, I found towers in different shapes and sizes. Some are big, others are crooked.
This one is actually a bed and breakfast. You can sleep here.
But of potentially hundreds, now there are just 22 left. These two are the most famous. The Asinelli Tower is the largest. It's almost 100 meters tall. But as I walked through the city, I found something strange. Some towers are just a few stories tall. Nothing like this image. So, what's going on?
In order to understand what's going on with all these towers, we actually need to leave the city and go to the countryside. But before we do that, we need to do something really, really important. We need to have breakfast. Andiamo? Perfect. Let's go.
This is a croissant, yes. It's a cornetto. It's a specialty they make here, lemon cream. Great way to start the day.
It's the art of breakfast we all need.
Indeed.
Before people built towers, they built castles.
Now, we know Italy is a world of cities. It is the most heavily urbanized area in Europe at this time. But Italy, like the rest of Europe, is also made of aristocracy. And the aristocracy, they build castles and they live according to the lives of knighthood and chivalry, which often translates into using violence and showing that you're good at fighting.
Noble families would often be fighting each other. When they moved to Bologna, their traditions are taken over by local elites, but the city is no place to build castles. These noble family feuds are really like Romeo and Juliet.
And we have a story of a young woman and a young man from rival families that fell in love with each other, had a secret wedding, and their relatives got quite mad, the relatives of the young woman especially, and they stormed the house of their enemies, killed the young man, and then strangled the young woman who had married their enemy.
With this kind of violence happening, nobles built towers for protection. Families actually don't live in them. They live in townhouses. Towers are more like panic rooms. They're only used when they're needed. But these times are not only defined by violence. This image shows two families making peace. Families also want political stability. And priests tell them that if they want to go to heaven, they have to stop fighting. People start describing towers. Pictures of them start to appear. But they all look different from this image. So, where is it actually from? If you do a reverse image search, you land up on Wikipedia, where it says it's made by this artist Tony Pecoraro. I found his book with beautiful artwork of these magical cityscapes and Bologna. But this book is from 2008. So I sent the artist an email and I got a reply.
Mi sono basato su documenti storici. L'aspetto finale è però frutto di una prospettiva artistica. Per esigenze comunicative, l'altezza delle torri è leggermente aumentata.
So this is an artist interpretation. It's exaggerated. The real height should be lower. They based themselves on a real source, this Angelo Finelli. I've heard that name before. Connected to this image. This already looks a lot older. I found it here on eBay. These are postcards of Bologna. Postcards from the early 20th century, so not from medieval times. They are also based on a work of Angelo Finelli. Who is this guy? Here he is, with a map of the city behind him. And this is the model of Bologna in front of him, with a lot of towers. It's in a communal art museum. If this model is the basis for the pictures, I have to go and see it. And hopefully, I can find out how many towers there really were.
The glory of men was to be rich in arms and horses. That of nobles was to have lofty towers.
As towers become popular, they move into the mainstream.
You have merchants, you have bankers, you have people who come into a lot of money who also want to start
building tall. Towers become status symbols. Families are competing to build the tallest. Not always because of defensive purposes.
Imagine having to carry stones for a catapult all the way up a 100-meter tower.
And it's not just Bologna. In Italy, it seems like everyone is building towers. In Siena, Florence, Pisa, San Gimignano. Towers become part of cityscapes. And Bologna's story will inspire a simple shoemaker. I found a museum that has the work of Angelo Finelli. This is him. He's described as a shoemaker by trade, but also a strange, self-taught artist-scientist. He made this model of Bologna. This is the model I've seen posted online. It's actually 100 years old. His amazing work shows all these towers dominating the city. It's responsible for all the pictures on the internet. But in the museum, they told me it's not the original source for Bologna's towers. So, what does that source tell us? And where did all these towers go?
When I scored Chernobyl, the only instrument here needs to be the power plant. How do you do that?
Bella, you're full of energy today. Can you just sit still for a second, please? At Iberostar, we'll see to everything else. So you do you. Oh, off again? Iberostar Beachfront Resorts.
Considering as we have the ancient disease of pride, which has daily caused innumerable homicides, you could agree that no other house should be built higher than the tower of Stephen, son of Balduinus and Lambert.
Some nobles say the length of tower matters. Others say it's what you do with it. But all towers become associated with noble violence and public disorder. City governments decide to act.
We have an image from a manuscript from Geneva that shows the city governor of the city ordering the destruction of the tower of a nobleman who committed murder. It's absolutely forbidden to build on top of the destroyed tower. So they will leave the ruins as a perpetual memory of your shame, like your family would be shamed.
But it wasn't just the demolishing of towers that ended them.
So the wealthy get bored of building towers at some point. In the 14th century, it's not as fashionable as it used to be 100, 200 years before.
So instead, they're building palaces where they can hold banquets and feasts. For the rest, towers were demolished, others collapsed in earthquakes, and some were shortened. The idea of a Bologna dominated by towers faded from memory. Until one man made it his mission to remember. I found the original source that inspires the model, which inspires the postcards, it inspires an Italian artist almost 150 years later. Count Giovanni Gozzardini is descended from one of the tower-owning noble families. He wrote this, the first account of the history of Bologna's towers. It's actually a really solid historical work, but he identifies 194 towers. 194! Recent research shows he might have accidentally counted some towers twice. It's not just a mistake, though. Count Gozzardini is a proud man.
There is a sense of, we're boasting about the power and the wealth and the beauty of Bologna.
But he also sees them as warning signs for a modern Italy.
Because they're associated with violence, with infighting. So, in the wake of the Italian unification in the 19th century, towers should also stand as warning signs, not to have divisions again in the future.
So how did Bologna actually look in the 1200s? At the museum, they told me there's actually a second model that can show us this. You can clearly see the outer walls, with roads leading to the center, leading up to towers towering over the city. How many exactly? We will probably never know. Modern sources say 80 to 100 towers. I know this doesn't look as impressive as those other pictures, but imagine for someone coming to this city and seeing all those towers. It must have been a breathtaking sight. One of the things that's not so nice when you make videos online is you never have a live audience to share them with. This is exactly why me and some creative friends have rented a cinema. These are some of the best YouTubers out there. I'm really impressed by them and I'm proud to call them my friends. We will be watching our videos live on the screen, the big screen, in New York, the 20th of June. And if you want to join that, if you want to hang out with us and watch our videos, you can. You can buy tickets in the link in the description, and I really hope to see you June 20th, next month, in New York. Thanks for watching.
The race between races is really the preparation for the next race.
So that whatever scenario comes your way, you're ready to tackle it.
There's only 24 hours in the day, 7 days in a week, so the Dropbox plays a very pivotal role in kind of increasing your bandwidth. McLaren Racing is 1,200 people. We all have a common goal.
To win races and to win championships.
Eagerly awaited by crowds of people, the Comet arrives in Johannesburg about 24 hours later. It's about 14 minutes behind schedule. This slashes the travel time from England to South Africa basically in half. And overnight, the world becomes a smaller place. On board, passengers can fly from New York to London in under 9 hours, down from 18. Flying times from London to Tokyo used to take around 85 hours. Comet covers it in just 35. This is the speed the jet engine provides. Just being here and looking at these engines, I wondered if there was some fear, some trepidation about going on to this new technology.
I think there was an element of wariness rather than fear. It was a whole new era. Everybody was dressed up in their Sunday best, and all 36 passengers were fated as glamorous stars just because they were going on an air trip.
Right, not just any air trip, but they're going onto a brand new airplane with no propellers.
Yeah,
Mind-blowing.
Oh yeah, flying on a prop aircraft, there was a lot more noise. Your seat would be vibrating and it'd be much more tiring. But put this thing on an airliner and it's much smoother. Because you just got a simple turbine spinning around, so the ride for the passengers was literally a whole lot smoother. It was the start of the jet set.
This is one of the smoothest flying airliners in the world. Not so much as a tremor. Yes, in passenger comfort as well as speed, the Comet 4 is a powerful challenge to the world.
Not only is the plane faster, but it's flying at a higher altitude, which means it's smoother, and they don't have to deviate and go around big thunderstorms. They just go straight where they want to go. Very cool. Graham, thank you so much for your time. The Comet streaks us into a world of contrails, cruising altitude, and airport expansion. Buckle up, because this is the jet age.
I keep seeing his face everywhere.
You witnessed a death. Now it's lashed onto you. I will not
Let this thing use me.
smile too. Monday night on ABC.
Oh my God.
We're back. Biggest and best season yet. Oh no. Here we go. What would you do?
We see somebody in trouble, try to help.
Yeah, cheers, you guys.
Thank you for staying up, Travis. Oh my God. It's what would you do? I'm on it, girl.
Premieres Monday night on ABC.
Refresh your mouth and mind with the delicious and refreshing taste of Tic Tac. And share your good vibes.
It's a radical leap in speed, almost 500 miles per hour, compared to around 300 for prop planes. The Comet's speed creates fierce demand among the wealthy. It only has 90 seats, but where there's a demand, there's profit. And where there's profit, there's competition. Boeing and Douglas joined the party in the late 50s with the competing 707 and DC-8, both dwarfing the Comet and doubling the passenger carrying capacity. All commercial jet planes travel at around the same speed, so driving ticket prices down and staying ahead of the competition means airlines need to pack in more passengers per plane. In 1970, Boeing introduces the gold standard, the 747, the queen of the skies. With the unique double-decker design, this jumbo jet is able to carry more of us than the Comet, 707, and DC-8 combined. Over 500 people. It's a magic number, opening the floodgates for the movement of the masses.
More passengers per flight means the ticket price comes down, way down. That's what makes this plane such a big deal. The 747 brings the skies within reach. It makes air travel affordable for millions.
But out of the blue comes a crisis that threatens to ground the airlines. October 1973. The Arab oil embargo hits, turning off the taps, leading to a tripling in the cost of fuel. With soaring prices, many airlines brace for bankruptcy.
But the oil crisis pushes one man to radically redesign a fundamental element of flight.
The wing. Enter aeronautical engineer Richard T. Whitcomb. He understands the fundamental physics of how a wing allows us to fly. As air passes over the curvature of the wing, lower pressure on the upper surface results in lift, pushing the plane upwards. But as the wing passes through air, it experiences another force. Drag. Drag is the enemy of aircraft. A force that slows its speed. Overcoming it means burning more fuel to go faster.
Which, in turn, increases the cost of flying for all of us. Now, accelerated by the oil crisis of 1973, engineers start looking for a new way to reduce drag.
Whitcomb thinks the key might lie in the design of the wing tip. Here's why. Conventional aircraft wings form swirls of air at their tips, called vortices. Vortices increase drag and counteract lift. A keen observer of anything that flies, Whitcomb makes an incredible connection. Birds. Birds have a series of end feathers which gradually bend upwards. Whitcomb realizes these feathers weaken drag-inducing vortices at the bird's wingtip. Placing the engineering equivalent of end feathers at the tip of an aircraft's wing should reduce drag. Whitcomb's winglets have a significant impact on flying efficiency. Reducing fuel consumption.
Order Little Caesar's 3-meat treat for $8.99. It's the lowest price in 3-meat pizzas.
Pizza, pizza.
management. The difference between a highly efficient operation and one that falls flat? Planning. Today, logistics leaders navigate a complex web of decisions daily, striving for efficiency and adaptability in a rapidly changing landscape. That's why shippers like you turn to Planomatic, the revolutionary transportation management system that elevates your logistics operations with unmatched control, visibility, and flexibility. With our platform's planning-first approach, every click sets in motion a future of streamlined logistics. Planomatic simplifies the complex and turns your shipping operation into a well-oiled machine that drives real ROI. With expert guidance, build your perfect plan and improve your network of freight partners, carriers, and brokers by attaining cost control through visibility and data. Let's set your path to excellence in motion together. Contact us and start planning for success.
Consumption by around 5%. Currently, that translates to a saving of over $9 billion a year. Greater than the gross domestic product of a small country. But other advances in aviation technology have come at a much higher price.
This is the tragic scene of the Comet disaster near Calcutta. Wreckage of the aircraft smashed almost beyond recognition. 37 passengers and a crew of 6. All lost their lives.
Less than 2 years after its groundbreaking flight to South Africa, the Comet suffers a series of fatal crashes, baffling engineers, and leading to one of the greatest engineering investigations in history. Britain's Royal Aircraft Establishment plunged an entire Comet under the weight of 200,000 gallons of water, subjecting the aircraft to a series of stress tests, the equivalent of 15,000 hours flying time. Only now is the flaw discovered. A small rectangular aperture, corners that concentrate repeated stress on the plane's fuselage, causing metal fatigue and eventually catastrophic failure. Lessons learned from those tragedies are the reason that the windows you and I look out of have rounded corners. With safety paramount, today's aircraft are engineered to survive almost every eventuality. If you average it out, planes in flight get hit by lightning about once a year. Now that is something I would really like to see. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to predict when, where, and bolt lightning is going to strike. But I do know one place where they have lightning in a bottle. That is awesome. Understanding what happens when planes are struck by lightning in the air is best done on the ground.
So why a car? The car and an airplane have in common that both act as a Faraday cage, and the Faraday's cage means that all people sitting inside that cage are totally protected against the lightning strike, so they cannot be hit directly.
Faraday cage is metal encasing people, and the current wants to flow around the outside.
So the fact that you're safe is that you're totally surrounded by a metal body.
So, that's the theory. But does it work?
Here we go.
I'm trusting the science here.
Go in, please.
Okay.
You should not leave the car during our experiment. Sean, the door must be closed, as I told you.
Faraday cage, another thing to climb inside one. You hear the electrics? Oh. I can start to hear the electricity coming now. Just, at some point, it's gonna jump through the air. See the top of the car like that right there. Hundreds of thousands of volts flowing along the outside of the car, and I'm completely fine. And here it's just zapping the car, and I know what's happening on the outside, but on the inside, there's nothing. That was amazing. See, I trusted the science. Now, you might say I'm crazy, but you do the same thing every time you fly. Any plane that you're flying in could get hit by lightning, and you wouldn't even know it, because you're protected by the metal cage that surrounds you. The metal of the plane protects you. But what happens if your plane's not metal? What happens if it's made out of this? Carbon fiber. Carbon fiber technology is a stronger and lighter alternative to conventional aircraft materials.
That is a piece of carbon fiber material. And so we will inject a current of roughly 100,000 amps through this great material. So let's do it, okay?
But using carbon fiber alone comes with a catch. Watch this. Here it is. Bolt of light.
Close to triggering.
Oh, that is raw power right there. This percussive wave that comes out. It gets you in the chest. Satisfied? That is no joke. That is being next to a bolt of light.
Yeah. So we have to check the results. You can go in.
The jolt of lightning knocked over the stand and it kicked the sample out of the whole jig that they had set up. But look at that. It's all burnt up on the back. And if you look at it right there, it's completely delaminating, right? The layers are coming apart and the sample's really weak right there. It's also extremely hot. You look at the gloves and it smells terrible. A plane made of purely carbon fiber is unlikely to survive a single bolt of lightning. But add a conductive metal coating, and you've got this. Boeing's Dreamliner. At first glance, it looks like any other commercial jet. But its fuselage is made from over 80% carbon composite materials, making it one of the safest and most efficient aircraft in the skies today. When it comes to making airplanes lighter, the material that you make the fuselage out of is key. But if you want to make them go faster, it's the shape that's critical. October 1947. Aviation pioneers plan a daring flight. One which promises us even faster speed. One that tests their ingenuity to the limit, breaking through an invisible barrier, the speed of sound. The challenge is to build a plane aerodynamic enough to fly over 760 miles an hour. Their inspiration comes from one of the few man-made objects that they already know can break the speed of sound. The shape of this bullet helped inspire a collaboration between NASA engineers and the U.S. military to design that. The Bell X-1. In a masterstroke of ingenuity, engineers designed this experimental aircraft to mimic the shape of a bullet. So this team sets out to build an airplane that will break the sound barrier.
So we knew that things could travel faster than sound, right? They know this rifle bullet has a great shape. It flies very, very well supersonic.
But scaling up a plane to
carry a pilot at such speeds means flying into the unknown. Those who've strayed close to the sound barrier tell stories of their aircraft shaking violently. Many think that flying faster is a death wish. Built to withstand the force of the flight, the Bell X-1 will find out.
They know propellers can't do it, jets can't do it. They're going to use a rocket. Right.
4 are built into the back of the Bell X-1. Now all that's needed is someone brave enough to fly it.
They had this really young, brash, incredibly talented test pilot. The people who knew him talked about how good his hands were at being able to control aircraft. His name was Chuck Yeager.
24-year-old Yeager agrees to attempt the flight. A B-29 bomber lifts the X-1 to an altitude of around 30,000 feet, where Yeager is released. Inside the cockpit, Yeager prepares to accelerate.
He lights off one rocket motor and it's good. 2, 3. And he decides it's time. And he lights off the 4th one. And he's pulled up and he's climbing a little bit in altitude now.
Violently shaking, Yeager speeds into the unknown.
And he's trying to keep the airplane going in the general direction that he wants it to go. And he breaks the sound barrier.
Yeager has entered a new realm of speed, supersonic flight. And to his relief, he discovers flying faster than sound is as smooth as glass.
For 20 seconds, Chuck Yeager is moving faster than any human had ever gone before. That audacious flight, his courage and his talent, clears the way for a revolution in human speed.
Concorde, a masterpiece of aviation. The only airliner ever to carry passengers supersonic. Engineered to cruise at over 1,300 miles an hour, twice the speed of sound.
But the story of how Concorde actually came to be begins just after World War II, with the ingenuity of one man.
This is Dr. Dietrich Kuchemann, an expert in wing design. To make the leap to commercial supersonic flight, Kuchemann must solve a weighty problem. Conventional flaps and slats, which provide extra lift at slow speeds, are too heavy and expensive for supersonic flight. But Kuchemann thinks he has the solution. The Delta Wing. He scraps the conventional wing with heavy flaps and slats and draws on the Delta Wing's classic triangular shape, which he hopes will be lighter and aerodynamic enough to survive supersonic speeds. But will it work? In the early 1950s, Kuchemann's theory is put to the test. The experimental HP-115 is one of a kind, a delta-winged aircraft designed not to fly fast, but slow. The test flights are risky. But to the relief of Couchman and his team, their modified Delta wing handles better than anyone imagines.
The success of the experimental Delta Wing is groundbreaking. It redefines what's possible. See, the Delta Wing promises much faster flight, and that turns the dream of commercial supersonic travel into a reality.
January 21st, 1976. Date that goes down in history as Concorde makes the first supersonic passenger flight.
It is to be a flight of triumph. Concorde takes Britain and the world into the supersonic age.
It's the beginning of over a quarter of a century of service. Allowing those on board to sip champagne at 60,000 feet while traveling at twice the speed of sound. Concorde slashes flying times between London and New York from 7 hours to under 4. And on February 7th, 1996, it enters the record books again, carrying passengers across the Atlantic in just 2 hours and 53 minutes. The fastest time in human history.
Wow, it really is a spectacular airplane, isn't it?
It is the most awesome sight, and it never ceases to amaze me. I flew this one when it was brand new, and I flew it just before I retired.
This very airplane?
This very aeroplane, Alpha Foxtrot, yes. Knowing that we're about to blast off across the Atlantic in under 3.5 hours. Just look at the awesome shape of that wing. You don't realize how many contours there are in it.
Yeah, it's not in a straight line. It's all these individual curves all kind of put together. And then it actually goes out down there. It's so unlike anything else we've seen.
Also unique are Concorde's 4 Rolls-Royce engines, designed with afterburners, fighter jet technology to rapidly increase acceleration, providing a punch that makes it an unforgettable ride for passengers and pilots.
What was it like to fly?
Awesome. One of the top experiences that you can have in this world.
Really?
Comes second anyway.
Yeah, second. Fair enough.
There.
I'm with it.
Sean, this is the closest you're going to get to flying a Concorde.
Okay.
Yes. You be the captain, and I shall teach you everything. Stop fiddling with things, okay? I shall tell you what to settle with.
Look, I'm probably never going to get to fly the real thing, so this is about as close as I can get. I've got a simulator, and I have an actual Concorde pilot, so Colin, teach me.
We're going to skip all the preparation, which will take an hour.
Good, I hate preparation.
Right, we're just going to take off, okay? See those?
Yeah.
Throttles. Got it. So, let's start the takeoff. 3, 2, 1, now. Open the throttle. Okay, and you're off down the runway now.
Red Hat's open hybrid cloud platforms bring consistency to the way we build the systems that run the world's vehicles. Now, I'm free to build new features faster and deploy when they're ready. With Red Hat, there's always a way.
Complete your bachelor's degree online or at night with BSU Continuing Studies. Discover flexible programs designed to suit your schedule and fit around your life commitments. Choose from over 600 online and night courses and change your trajectory on your terms. Get your degree your way. Discover more.
And the engine is just cooling up. The light's going to come on to show that the afterburners have lit up successfully. I'm looking down the runway and I'm calling out the speeds. V1, which is decision speed. We're continuing with the takeoff. Rotate. Pull the stick back, okay? Gradually raise the nose off the ground. Gradually getting it into the flying attitude. Okay?
Once airborne,
accelerate, and you're just coming up to Mach 1 now.
There we are. Mach 1. We are now at the speed of sound.
Okay. And you let the aeroplane accelerate and climb all the way through to Mach 1.7 until you get to 60,000 feet.
So you're flying over it.
You're flying over everyone, and you're flying twice as fast as them, and if you see them below, they're going backwards.
They look like
It really looks as though they're going backwards.
because you're just blazing over the top.
Blasting across over the top. Occasionally somebody will come up on the radio and say, heard your boom there, Concorde.
I mean, this has got to be the coolest job in the world, right?
Without doubt.
Wow, even though this is just a mock-up of the cabin, this is almost overwhelming. It's so exciting to get a chance to be able to be in here. I get a sense of what it's like. I'm really glad I got to do this with you, and thank you so much.
Sean, it's been great fun.
Oh, it has been fun. I still want to push all these buttons. Concorde shrinks the globe like never before. The people who sit in those seats can wake up in London, have breakfast, fly supersonic to New York, have lunch, close a business deal, get back on Concorde, and be home in time for dinner. It is a game changer. But flying that fast does have one serious pitfall. The sonic boom, formed by the rapid change in air pressure over the fuselage at supersonic speeds. And because there's a pressure change at the nose and at the tail, it's not one, but two, a double boom. And it's loud enough to rattle the windows all the way on the ground. Concorde's unavoidable sonic boom means it's banned from flying over populated areas, including mainland United States. In 2003, the Concorde fleet is retired. So, is commercial supersonic travel banished to the history books forever? Well, maybe not. Engineers may have mastered the science of supersonic flight, but tackling its noisy side effect, the sonic boom, that's a tougher nut to crack. To get commercial supersonic flights airborne again, NASA is joining forces with aviation specialist Lockheed Martin. Together, they're researching ways to radically redesign the supersonic aircraft of the future using the F-18 jet.
So a large part of the research is understanding how the sonic boom travels from the aircraft that makes it down to somebody on the ground that would hear it and maybe be bothered by it.
But how loud is the boom? With a little help from James, I'm about to find out. The F-18, two onboard engines are capable of propelling the aircraft up to about 1,200 miles an hour. That's nearly twice the speed of sound. At these speeds, the impact on the ground should be unmistakable. Wow. Feel that shockwave in your chest? That is loud. Imagine what it would be like to live in a flight path like that every day. This remarkable image shows supersonic shockwaves from an F-18 as it passes in front of the sun. So, if you can't get rid of the sonic boom, can you deaden it a little bit?
Yes, you can spread it out. Long, skinny aircraft with a series of weaker shock waves will produce a wave that hits the ground that sounds more like a pump than a sharp crack, like a thump.
Right, and that's just about spreading it out so you don't get that crack.
Right, you get a boom. It's like focusing a flashlight or spreading out the beam.
Supersonic aircraft create powerful shock waves at the nose and tail.
creating two distinct booms on the ground. But research shows planes that are longer and narrower spread out the shock waves, making them weaker and quieter at the surface.
So I guess the obvious question is, how's it going?
We're in the process of building the X-59 Quest aircraft.
Be a test aircraft to prove these principles.
Yes. And it's going to demonstrate that you can make a low-boom aircraft.
The research looks promising. Scaled model experiments and computer simulations show the next generation of supersonic aircraft will be much quieter, as soft as closing a car door.
We hope in the future supersonic aircraft can crisscross the country, fly over land, fly over cities, and nobody really hears them.
A softer sonic boom could allow commercial aircraft to double their speed, accelerating us once more to supersonic speeds and slashing our travel times around the world.
And when it does, it won't just be fighter pilots flying supersonic. It'll be the rest of us. But there are some engineers who still won't be satisfied. They want to go much, much faster.
Today's aviation pioneers are aiming high. Their dream is to accelerate from supersonic to hypersonic speeds, almost 4,000 miles an hour, at the very edge of space. Nestled near the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, plans for hypersonic flight are taking shape.
I'm standing on the future site of the Colorado Spaceport. In the years to come, sites like this will be launching aircraft that will revolutionize the way we fly, taking passengers higher and faster than ever before.
This is an exciting vision of the future. A plane so fast you could breakfast in New York and lunch in Australia 10,000 miles away on the same day. But such a leap in speed requires a new revolution in engine technology. Reaction Engines Limited are trailblazing the way.
You've seen it, haven't you? The smiling face. I've traced the string of deaths to you.
How do we stop it?
I found the one. Neutrogena Hydro Boost Hydrating Gel Cleanser. Gently remove dirt, oil, and makeup and instantly hydrate. Get yours today.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Oops.
Please, you go.
No, you go.
Oh.
Go for the handful.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling let you do that.
Hey, where you going, Ian? I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want. So let you do that. I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want and have hundreds of free channels.
Sling lets you do that too, Mr. Fish.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
So we call it Sabre. It's the air-breathing rocket engine. The idea is to take the incoming air at high velocity, cool it down, and flow it through an air-breathing engine, and then eventually into a rocket cycle.
So this differs from other rocket engines in that it breathes air from the atmosphere.
Exactly. So you can take off normally, and then you can cruise at high speed. Rather than burning up all your propellants, you can sit and burn just like a jet.
The Sabre engine is a fusion of technology. It breathes air like a jet, but utilizes rocket engineering for increased power. But operating at Mach 5 comes with a new set of challenges.
So what are the things you need to accomplish to make a Sabre engine? So you do have to slow the air that's coming in, and you need to cool that air before it enters the cycle of the engine. Right, so the incoming air is going too fast, and it's way too hot. And it's so
so hot because you're moving so fast and there's so much pressure.
Correct. You need to cool it down very rapidly, in a fraction of a second.
How do you do that? I mean, that seems like a tall order, right?
For sure. So we have a very efficient heat exchanger made up of thousands of tubes, each of which is the thickness of a human hair.
The Saber's heat exchanger is an engineering marvel. 30 miles of lightweight tubes are crammed into a space the size of a small fridge. The tubes carry supercooled helium, designed to chill the incoming air by over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit in a fraction of a second. Simulating the blistering heat that Saber will experience means building a test rig and heating it with the hottest air source the team can find. A jet engine. But before placing Saber's heat exchanger inside the rig, Dan needs to be sure the apparatus alone will withstand the searing temperatures. All right, oh, I can see the whole system laid out here.
That's right. So we've got all of our data parameters going, and we're about ready to start the engine. Advancing from idle to mill power.
What is mill power?
Military power. Afterburner is lit. We're going to cycle through some of the valves now. Afterburner boost pump is active. You can hear it. LA1 at 100%.
So that's 100%, that's full open right there.
That's right. We're going to watch some of these temperatures creeping up as the afterburner continues running.
The jet's exhaust heats the rig to over 1,000 degrees. And thankfully, the test apparatus withstands the searing temperature. Meaning soon, the team can conduct a similar test, this time with the Saber's heat exchanger inside.
Reducing throttle to idle.
So far so good, huh?
So far so good.
It's a significant step forward. One of many stages in a long line, which promises even greater speed in the skies.
Hypersonic flight might still be a few years off, but when it comes, it's going to lead to another seismic shift in the way we experience our world.
With the Saber engine comes the promise of a new breed of aircraft that will speed us around the world at an altitude of 100,000 feet, 3 times higher than today's commercial jets.
From up there, you'll be treated to a spectacular view, one normally reserved for astronauts.
Flying in this aircraft, look up and you'll stare into the blackness of space. Look down and you'll clearly see the curvature of the Earth. But what's really mind-blowing is your speed. You'll be traveling at almost 4,000 miles an hour, allowing you to experience something incredible. Flying at hypersonic speeds is perhaps the closest we'll get to time travel, reaching anywhere on the planet in a matter of hours. Do that and the world could truly change as the boundaries and borders that divide us vanish with speed.
We live in an exciting time in human history. A time when the world has never been smaller. A time when we can drive, sail, and fly to almost anywhere. We can even leave our planet. How did this happen? This is the incredible story. Our civilization
always been fascinated by speed. Come with me on a journey!
To better understand the game-changing engineering, courageous innovators,
Oh, God, I really fight you! And machines that take us further, higher, and above all, faster.
Space is the most hostile environment we know. Navigating it involves crossing unprecedented distances. It's the greatest engineering challenge humanity has ever undertaken. To see how far we can travel, I'm exploring what speed the human body can withstand. Seeking out the pioneers who dreamed of reaching other worlds. And the revolutionary technology pushing the boundaries of space exploration.
Breaking away from the Earth means engineering machines capable of fighting one of the most fundamental forces of our universe.
Now, the really exciting bit is just up the track, in that direction.
This roller coaster loop is around 60 feet high. To stand any chance of negotiating it, I need to defy gravity.
Means you have to put energy into the vehicle and get it up to a really fast speed. Okay, here we go, and upside down. And backward.
Speeding at over 40 miles an hour
Try that again.
means I can overcome Earth's gravitational pull for just a few seconds. Any slower, and I couldn't loop up and around the track.
Celebrate with big savings on top-rated pieces during Raymore and Flanagan's anniversary sale. Enjoy discounts on 5-star sofas, recliners, and more. Or take advantage of financing and pay no interest for 72 months. Save big at Raymore and Flanagan's anniversary sale.
That's the kind of energy it takes to get me to overcome gravity here at about 60 feet. Think about how much power it takes to put something into orbit, about 250 miles up.
Speed is essential for leaving Earth. And there are two key velocities. Reaching Earth orbit means accelerating to around 17,500 miles an hour. Slower than that, and gravity wins. Breaking away from Earth altogether means going even faster. Over 24,000 miles an hour. That's 7 miles a second.
Today, the only way we know of reaching these phenomenal speeds is by creating a sustained, controlled explosion. A rocket.
At the beginning of the 20th century, the audacious dream of leaving Earth will come to preoccupy this man, Robert Goddard. From an early age, Goddard is fascinated by spaceflight, inspired by science fiction novels. And one day, while pruning a tree at his home, the 17-year-old has an epiphany. What if he can turn the dream of reaching hundreds of years, rockets have been fueled with explosive gunpowder. But gunpowder is inefficient. To go faster means finding a significantly more powerful fuel.
In a flash of inspiration, Goddard realizes he can create a more powerful rocket using liquid fuels made from gasoline and oxygen.
Goddard starts experimenting with liquid-fueled rockets. His wife, Esther, films his early efforts. Through dogged determination, he launches larger, more powerful rockets. And in 1935, he achieves the unprecedented, building the first rocket to break the sound barrier, over 700 miles an hour. But accelerating into space requires huge amounts of fuel, making single rockets too heavy. Goddard has an ingenious solution: to put one rocket on top of the other. By jettisoning each stage once its fuel is spent, it's possible to shed weight as the rocket climbs, allowing it to accelerate faster. Goddard is convinced that a multi-stage rocket is the key to leaving Earth and reaching the near vacuum of space.
At the time, many refute the audacious idea that a rocket can travel through a vacuum. Without air to push against, how will it move?
Goddard's dream of interplanetary travel is ridiculed. The press calls his ideas absurd.
The criticism has a damning effect on Goddard. He's a modest man and he shuns all future publicity, but he never gives up.
Goddard continues his pioneering rocket research right up to his death in 1945. But his work sets humanity on a trajectory into space. First to seize on the power of liquid rocketry are the Germans. During World War II, their V-2 rocket, the world's first ballistic missile, travels at more than 3 times the speed of sound, used as a formidable weapon, not for the stars. In 1957, the Soviets create the R-7. This 2-stage rocket is the first powerful enough to break free of Earth's gravity and place an object into orbit, Sputnik 1. By adding a 3rd stage in 1961, the Soviets build Vostok 1, which has enough energy to accelerate the first man into space, Yuri Gagarin. But it's America's massive 3-staged Saturn V rocket which finally fulfills Robert Goddard's dreams of a manned rocket powerful enough to leave the Earth altogether and head to the moon.
If you're looking for the legacy of Robert Goddard, or if you're looking for an example of courage on the grand scale, you don't have to look any further than this. This is the massive Apollo Saturn V moon rocket. And it is a phenomenal piece of human engineering.
Ignition sequence starts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
The Saturn V is the fastest manned rocket ever built. And launch 5 mighty F-1 engines guzzle over 3,000 gallons of fuel a second. "66 seconds later, the rocket smashes the sound barrier. At height of 42 miles, the first stage drops away, and the second stage kicks in, accelerating the astronauts even faster. 9 minutes after launch, a single third stage rocket fires, placing the spacecraft into Earth orbit at over 17,000 miles an hour. A final boost of speed accelerates the crew to over 24,000 miles an hour.
Enough to escape the Earth's gravity and to change the course of human history.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. It's been a long way, but we're here. My, oh my. And it's a very impressive sight.
Between 1968 and 1972, the mighty Saturn V sends 24 men to the moon.
As soon as I figured out here the wonders of the unknown, try to realize there's a fundamental truth to our nature. Man must explore. And this is exploration at its greatest.
Today, 50 years after the first moon landing, we stand on the brink of a new age in human exploration. The goal now is to build a new generation of rockets. To not only send humans back to the moon, but further still. To Mars. Lying tens of millions of miles away, this planet offers a unique testbed where we can learn to live on a new world. But getting humans there will mean undertaking the most hazardous journey in history. And speed will be critical.
You know, walking around out here, you get a real sense for just how giant this next generation of rockets is going to be. NASA's latest is a beast, the Space Launch System.
Like its predecessors, the Space Launch System, or SLS, is a staged rocket. Its mission to carry us faster and further into space than any other rocket, and potentially onto Mars. This rocket will be the most powerful ever built, even outperforming the Saturn V. But the first leg of the SLS's journey of extreme speed will be anything but fast. This is NASA's massive crawler transporter, 50 years, its job has been to carry NASA's giant rockets to the launch pad. Inching forward at only 1 mile an hour, this beast has to keep its valuable cargo perfectly level. One wrong move could be catastrophic. The final hurdle is climbing the ramp to the launch pad. Using laser guidance and a hydraulic leveling system, the crawler makes precise millimeter adjustments to keep its towering payload safe. Once in place, the rocket is fueled and ready for launch. This incredible footage shows the beating that a rocket gives a launch pad during takeoff. The SLS will test the launch pad to its limits. NASA protects its pad and high-tech rockets with a low-tech solution.
We have a 400,000-gallon water tank. And that protects the mobile launcher from the heat. We dump the 400,000 gallons out in less than 25 seconds, just before liftoff and continue after liftoff.
This deluge of water protects both the pad and the rocket from the extreme heat and energy produced during launch. On board the SLS as it speeds into space will be a new generation of spacecraft. NASA's first in 40 years. The Orion module. Designed for missions to the Moon and Mars, Orion has nearly twice the capacity of Apollo's command module. Large enough to accommodate 4 astronauts into deep space. But getting into space is one thing. Returning to Earth is another. For that, Orion depends on its most critical feature, the heat shield. Re-entering the Earth's atmosphere is a battle against speed. In fact, the fastest humans ever were the crew of Apollo 10, returning from the moon at almost 25,000 miles an hour. Hitting the atmosphere at these speeds generates temperatures of around 5,000 degrees. Orion and its crew are protected by the largest heat shield NASA has ever created. Measuring 16 feet across, 320,000 tiny cells are filled by hand with a synthetic material called Avcoat. Avcoat is a resin designed to be consumed by the heat of re-entry. It slowly burns away, taking the heat with it as it goes, protecting the spacecraft. But before Orion can be trusted with a crew, its heat shield has to pass a trial by fire, re-entering the Earth's atmosphere.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff. At dawn, the dawn of Orion, and a new era of American space exploration.
Orion slams into the atmosphere at over 20,000 miles per hour, slowing rapidly. This onboard camera captures the blaze left in its wake as the capsule's heat shield faces temperatures half as hot all thanks to an incredible material. It's a major milestone for future missions to the Moon and Mars.
When I was a kid, I loved rockets. I still love rockets. I grew up with images of these massive, historic, multi-stage rockets lifting off into the sky. Awesome stuff. But the only time these rockets look like this is at launch. As soon as the stages are used, they're jumped.
To provide a platform to move into deeper space, the goal is to make space travel as regular as air travel. But imagine how expensive flying would be if after each flight, a plane had to be thrown away. Each Saturn V rocket cost over $750 million in money, only to be used once. To help reduce the cost of getting to space and open up the possibility of more regular trips, NASA has teamed up with private rocket companies like SpaceX, whose engineers are transforming the way rockets work. Their idea?
Make it go. Make it Latin.
To land each of the rocket stages safely on Earth, so that they can be refueled and reused, drastically reducing costs. It might sound simple, but pulling it off is anything but. Take a look at this video, posted by SpaceX.
Crazy, right? You look at this and you think, God, these people know what they're doing? The truth is, what these people are trying to do, no one knows how to do it, right? They're way off the map here.
Personally, I think it's admirable that they're willing to share their failures. I mean, they're basically saying, if you want to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs. That's how you learn.
And in just 8 years, look how far they've come. In February 2018, SpaceX launched the most powerful operational rocket on the planet, the Falcon Heavy. Its payload, a Tesla Roadster. Launched to Mars and beyond. An incredible publicity stunt. But the real test is to successfully land the Falcon Heavy's 3 rockets. Traveling at over 4,000 miles per hour, engines burn and fins deploy to slow the rockets and keep them upright. One of the rockets fails. Two fight on. A final burn and the rocket slowed to just 5 miles per hour. Falcon Heavy's successful maiden voyage is a huge achievement. Reusable rockets will drastically reduce the cost of future missions to space, providing a platform to speed into orbit and beyond more regularly. But the journey to Mars is long and hazardous, taking approximately 9 months just to get there. During that time, the astronauts will be exposed to the dangers of deep space, longer than anyone before.
I've seen a live flash. A few flashes, I'm not quite sure what they're ascribed to. Houston, so far, we've all seen just point sources of light.
Hard evidence of these hazards first came to light with a mysterious observation 50 years ago. During the Apollo missions to the moon, astronauts noticed bright flashes of light, even when their eyes were closed. Once returned to Earth, scientists examined their helmets with powerful microscopes. Tiny holes, invisible to the naked eye, revealed the hidden dangers of deep space.
We tend to think about space as being empty, a vacuum, but in reality it's full of high energy subatomic particles we call space radiation. Are these particles dangerous? Think of this tennis ball as an example of one of these high energy particles. These particles, this radiation, have enormous speed and energy. So they can go through the walls of spacecraft, they can go into our bodies, through our bodies. And the end result of that is that they can start breaking bonds in the molecules that make us up. The longer you spend in space, the more this damage can build up, and therefore that can have long-term consequences in terms of astronaut health. Things like mutations, potentially an increased risk of cancer.
Some space radiation comes from our sun, but the most likely source of these deadly cosmic rays is from outside of our solar system. When stars much heavier than our sun die, they explode, resulting in a huge celestial event called a supernova. Supernovae send particles flying throughout the galaxy at close to the speed of light, tearing through everything in their path. The flashes of light seen by the Apollo astronauts were caused by these cosmic rays hitting their optic nerves.
So, in a nutshell, space is full of these deadly particles and you don't want to let them hit you. So the best way to minimize exposure is to minimize the amount of time you spend in space, which means on a trip to Mars and back, you want to go as fast as you possibly can.
To do that, scientists are developing revolutionary new propulsion systems. One is based on an idea that remained hidden for decades behind the Iron Curtain. In the late 1920s, a young Russian scientist, Valentin Glushko, becomes fascinated by rockets and interplanetary travel. But Glushko wants to look beyond liquid-fueled rockets for a more efficient fuel. He has a radical idea. Perhaps electricity could be used to generate thrust. Glushko puts his theory to the test. Using high-current electricity, he vaporizes thin wires of metal, which produces an ultra-fast jet of atoms known as ions. Glushko realizes not only can he use this jet of atoms to produce thrust, but at far greater speeds than liquid-fueled rockets. The potential is staggering. His genius earns him a leading role in the Soviet rocket program. But with fame comes attention. And during Stalin's Great Purge, Glushko is arrested by the secret police and thrown into prison. Glushko's breakthrough research remains locked away until the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. Then scientists in the West finally get to see Glushko's pioneering work with electric thrusters. This technology has the potential to propel us to Mars and beyond. It's the promise of faster speeds that is inspiring a whole new generation of rocket pioneers.
I'm here to talk with someone who knows more about space travel than most. That's because he's been there and done that over and over again. Ex-NASA astronaut Franklin J. Diaz.
Frank has been to space 7 times. This modern-day pioneer is currently developing his...
Is working hard to manage migraine one big nope? It may be time to say yep to Vyepti. Vyepti is an IV infusion that helps prevent migraine attacks. Chronic migraine patients have 23 fewer migraine days on average per treatment, and it's just 4 30-minute IV treatments a year. Don't take up allergic to Vyepti. Common side effects are allergic reactions, stuffy nose, and scratchy throat. Allergic reactions include rash, swelling, trouble breathing, hives, and redness of the face. Ask your neurologist about Vyepti.
Most of the time when people come in, they don't realize how vast of a product offering we have. 16 acres of buildings here and several hundred structures. Our custom buildings, pool houses, pavilions, pergolas.
At Coda Farms, you'll find everything for your home and yard.
His very own working electric thruster.
Wow. Look at that. That's cool. So, what am I looking at right now?
What you see here is a vacuum chamber. It's just a can. Your engine is inside. The engine is inside, but we have to create the conditions for space inside this can. That's the noise that you hear.
That's the vacuum pump.
So there's a vacuum pump pumping away.
In the simulated vacuum of space, Franklin's electric thruster, or ion drive, uses argon gas as a fuel by turning it into a plasma. First, it takes the argon gas and applies enough heat to break the gas apart into its elemental components, stripping electrons from the atoms and creating plasma, a soup of charged particles made of ions. We come across plasma every day. You can see it in fluorescent lights and neon signs. But to use plasma as a fuel, the challenge is to heat it up to millions of degrees, as hot as the center of the sun. At these temperatures, the ions have huge amounts of energy, moving at super fast speeds inside the engine. Next, you need to turn the ions into thrust. For that, a magnetic field is used to direct the ions, expelling them out the back of the engine and creating thrust.
So is it firing right now?
It is on, yeah. It's on, and we can walk over there and have a look.
What does it look like when it's actually working?
You can see a little bit of the halo that is just on the edges of the plasma. And that's what shows the effect of the magnetic field. Yeah, so that's actually shaping the plasma. Exactly. You can see the plasma doesn't touch any of the surrounding hardware, because if it did, it would vaporize. So it would be very. So the hotter the rocket, the higher the speed of the exhaust. And you want to increase the speed of the exhaust as much as you can.
Franklin and his team aim to engineer an ion drive that can reach speeds up to 10 times faster than conventional rockets. Traveling at these speeds could open up a whole new era of space exploration. reaching Mars would take just 6 weeks rather than months, drastically reducing our exposure to space radiation. With shorter travel times, Mars might provide humanity with a new place to call home.
The race to reach other worlds is being driven by a very real imperative: our survival as a species. Take the dinosaurs. They dominated this planet for over 100 million years. And then bang! And now all that's left of them are their fossils. Putting humans on more than one planet will dramatically increase our chances of continuing existence.
Mars provides a unique opportunity where we can learn to live on another planet. But as robotic scouts learn more about our planetary neighbor, we're discovering it's no substitute for Earth. Conditions there are almost as hostile as in deep space. We need to look beyond our solar system for more Earth-like planets. Speed gives us a way to put powerful telescopes into orbit, delivering an unprecedented view of our galaxy and allowing us to detect new worlds in far-flung solar systems. So far, nearly 4,000 planets orbiting distant stars have been discovered. Remarkably, an Earth-like planet, Proxima b, sits on our galactic doorstep, igniting new desires to travel faster and further than ever before.
If we have any hope of making interstellar travel a reality, we're going to have to increase the speed of our spacecraft exponentially. And one idea for making those hyper-fast spacecraft of the future relies on an ancient piece of technology: the sail.
Almost 2 centuries ago, the power of the wind carried our ancestors to new worlds. And it's during this golden age of sail that a brilliant physicist reveals another natural force that pushes like the wind. A discovery that could propel us to distant destinations. In the 1860s, Scottish scientist James Clerk Maxwell is attempting to understand the link between electricity and magnetism when he makes a groundbreaking discovery. His work shows that although light behaves like a wave, it consists of tiny packets of energy called photons. Maxwell fundamentally changed the way we understand our universe. One of the most profound implications for today's space pioneers is that light can exert force.
This is a crucial breakthrough in our understanding of how light works. And NASA's actually using that idea today to build the spacecraft of the future, which is why I'm all dressed up.
I've come to NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center to see how they're using Maxwell's breakthrough to develop a new way of accelerating us through the solar system. Solar sails.
Let's just wrap our heads around light exerting force.
Okay.
How's that work?
Well, you don't feel it, but on a sunny day, as the light is reflecting from you, it's actually pushing you. And that's because light is made up of little particles called photons. But as they reflect from you, it's just like wind off a sail and they bounce off. They impart a little bit of a momentum when they do that. But it's a very, very small force. You don't feel it.
Right, so if it's so small, how does that help us get deep into space and go fast?
Well, because in space, as long as the sun is shining, you've got thrust. That little bit of acceleration over time adds up to a large velocity.
Our sun constantly streams photons into space. These photons gently push when they impact upon objects. When a photon hits the mirror-like surface of a solar sail, it bounces off, transferring its momentum, which pushes the sail forward.
What is the sail actually made of? Well, it's made out of a plastic. It's sort of like plastic wrap that you find in your kitchen. It's got the thickness of a human hair, and it's got aluminum on it to make it reflective, so it reflects the sunlight to make it move. It's fairly fragile, but more robust than you think. You can hold it.
Thank you. It is incredible.
여러분, 드디어 왔습니다. 이번에 새로 출시된 480Hz 모니터. 바로 LG 디스플레이 게이밍 OLED. 480Hz 진짜 이거 보죠? 야, 빨리 설치하자, 빨리. 뭐? 거기서 거기? 진심이야? 아직도 LG 디스플레이 게이밍 OLED를 모르는 팀원이 있는 것 같아서 이 자리를 마련했습니다. LG 디스플레이 게이밍 OLED의 첫 번째 장점, 바로 480Hz의 초고도 주사율. 지금까지와는 차원이 다른 속도로 한층 더 부드럽게 게임이 가능하게 하죠. 자, 다음 혹시나의 선수, FPS 게임의 생명이 뭘까요? 인간 속도? 그렇죠. LG 디스플레이 게이밍 OLED의 독보적인 응답 속도는 상대편보다 빠르게 반응할 수 있고 경쟁에서 한 발 앞서서 플레이를 가능하게 합니다.
야, 이 모니터 쓰면은 이거 다 모르겠다. 무조건 모르겠다. 진짜 대단하네.
자, 그럼 게임에서 가장 방해되는 요소는 무엇일까요? 상비침? 딩동댕. 보세요. 상비침이 제어돼서 게임 집중도를 높이고 뒷반사를 최소화해서 게임 승리에만 집중할 수 있는 거죠. 마지막으로 우리같이 하루 종일 모니터를 보는 프로게이머에게 가장 필요한 게 무엇일까요? 자, 바로 낮은 블루라이트입니다. LG 디스플레이 게이밍 OLED는 LCD에 비해 블루라이트 방출량이 적어 눈을 보호하고 게임을 더 오래 할 수 있게 해줍니다.
진짜 너무 좋은 거 아니야?
게임은 역시 LG 디스플레이 게이밍 OLED 빨리 나니까. 형, 어디가?
생을 또 설치하란다. 게이밍은 역시 올레드 빨이잖아.
진짜. 같이 가자고. 아빠가. 같이 가자.
It'll be light. If I had my eyes closed, I have no idea that was in my hand.
Before using solar sails to take us to other planets, NASA needs to test their validity. They're powering an unmanned spacecraft to a distant goal. The satellite will be launched into orbit using traditional rockets. There, it will detach and deploy its solar sail. Using sunlight, the sail will provide an additional boost in speed of about 10,000 miles per hour, propelling the spacecraft towards its target, a near-Earth asteroid. Providing scientists with a unique opportunity to observe an asteroid of this size close up and pave the way for future solar sail missions.
This is what the near asteroid scout will look like once it gets out into space. You can see the full width of the spacecraft here. So all this is packaged up and our sail is within it.
It's a very cool material. How much of this goes into the solar sail?
Well, our solar sail for the near asteroid scout is 86 square meters.
By harnessing the constant push of sunlight, it's thought that solar sail-powered craft could reach speeds of up to 67 million miles an hour. That's 10% the speed of light. To reach these speeds will take an almighty feat of engineering, with super-light spacecraft powered by solar sails stretching hundreds of feet across. But for traveling beyond our solar system, solar sails have a fundamental problem. Acceleration is extremely gradual, meaning it could take years just to get up to speed. We need to get faster, quicker. G's, or G-force, is a measure of acceleration. 1 G is the amount of force we experience from Earth's gravity. In modern fighter jets, pilots can be subjected to high G's simply during flight maneuvers. But the most extreme G's are experienced when the pilot has run out of options. Rocket-propelled ejection seats are a tried and tested method of escape. But they show the hazards of extreme acceleration. And I'm about to learn why.
I've come to the U.S. Air Force Biodynamics Research Facility, and I'm pretty excited. I'm hoping to see something you don't get to see too often.
The experiments here are designed to do one thing: better understand how the human body reacts to the extreme forces experienced during rapid acceleration.
What does this guy set up to test right now?
Here we have a mannequin in an actual F-35 ejection seat. So we're going to be accelerating the seat down the track at about 10 Gs, which is close to what a pilot would experience in an actual ejection. From 0 to 50 miles an hour in less than a quarter of a second.
Okay, this guy's gonna do it.
This guy will do it.
Hang in there, buddy.
And I'm the guy that gets to push the button.
Systems are on. Okay, going to standby, going all the way to on. Starting countdown. So, what happens to a pilot's body when he ejects out of the plane?
So during that very small amount of time, the pilot actually can experience up to 2,000 pounds of spinal loading as well as 300 to 400 pounds of neck loading. There's a very real possibility of spinal or neck injury.
And what other parts of the human body are at risk under those high Gs?
There's also potentially concussions when you have the severe head flexion. You also have the potential for limb flail at higher air speeds where the limbs can literally be torn.
Right, okay, so modern aircraft, ejection seats, spacecraft, these are all applying huge amounts of force. Seems like the name of the game is to avoid those fast changes.
Exactly. So it's not so much what we call the velocity, but the rate of change of the velocity. And that's what really causes the injury.
The experiments here have really hit home. If we want to accelerate in space to reach super fast speeds, we'll need to do it slowly, potentially adding years to any journey.
So, have we hit a major speed bump in our quest to reach the stars and planets beyond our solar system? Perhaps not. What if, in order to travel great distances, you didn't have to go fast at all?
Not only are we limited by how fast our bodies can accelerate, we're also limited by the fundamental laws of physics. The universe has a speed limit, the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, and nothing can travel faster. It requires an insurmountable amount of energy.
Okay, so we can't go faster than the speed of light. What if we can get close to it? Can we get anywhere if we're going, say, half the speed of light?
Well, even then, just the universe is so big, it's going to take a long time to get here. Nearest star is 4 light years away. So if we're going at the speed of light, it'll take 4 years to go there. Half the speed of light, 8 years to get there.
These distances are vast. Traveling to Proxima b, our nearest potentially habitable planet, is equivalent to circumnavigating the Earth almost 1 billion times. Even our fastest spaceships would take thousands of years to get there. But there may be a way to take a shortcut.
Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that we might be able to build a tunnel through space that connects one point to another.
How does that work?
So suppose the surface of this balloon is the space in the universe.
Okay.
And we want to go from A to B. Right. Well, if I can have you hold,
Okay, I've got the universe.
what we could do, theoretically, is we can push those points together.
This idea is extraordinary. By bending the fabric of the universe to bring 2 points closer together, we could effectively create a shortcut through space-time.
That's a pretty cool trick. I like it, but in order to pull that off, you have to be able to warp the shape of the universe. How do you do that?
For that, we need a wormhole.
All right, how could we build a wormhole?
Well, let's take this ball. This ball is already bending space.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of being there, it has mass, it has gravity, it's already bending space around it.
Like all things that have mass and gravity, you and I and everything else are bending space-time a little bit around us.
That's right, just a little bit. But the more massive we make that ball, the denser we make that ball, the more it will bend the space around it. And if you were to make the ball, say, a few times the mass of the Earth, packed into the same size, then it would punch through space-time.
Right. And then what happens?
Then it becomes a black hole. Now, theoretically, that black hole could be the entrance to a wormhole.
Oh, okay. I mean, it sounds really far-fetched, but actually the cool part is that all of that crazy science still fits within the way we know the universe works. It's all still possible.
That's right. That all fits within Einstein's theory.
The potential of wormholes is profound, bringing the whole universe within our reach. We could travel to Proxima b, or even reach other galaxies thousands of light years away, without the need for powerful accelerating rockets, and in a fraction of the time. In other words, wormholes could cheat speed.
Far-out ideas like folding space will always have naysayers. Thankfully, there will always be pioneers like Robert Goddard. Pioneers who are willing to think outside the box, to go against conventional wisdom. Pioneers whose tenacity will continue to change the course of human history.
Throughout our history, mankind's greatest discoveries and achievements have been intrinsically linked to speed. Each new leap in speed has brought our civilization closer together. Now humanity is on the brink of a new era, where exponential jumps in speed propel us to achieving an age-old dream. Traveling to other worlds. And securing the future of our species.
this, it depends on the kind of black hole. A microscopic black hole would just pass right through the Earth, and it really wouldn't do that much damage. A black hole with the mass of the Earth would be about the size of a marble, and that would do a considerable amount of damage passing through the Earth. But again, it might not destroy the planet. You want to do the job right, you need a stellar mass black hole, something with about 3 times the mass of the Sun. That thing would come in and it would tear the Earth apart and gobble down the pieces, and it would be game over. The problem is, we don't know how to make any of these black holes. Technologically, we just can't do it. And with a naturally existing one, we don't know how to move them. So there's got to be a better way.
So, if black holes don't work, time for a new approach. One surefire way to destroy the Earth is to change its distance from the Sun. Move the planet closer and it bakes. Move it out and we freeze, sending us into another ice age. Scientists have recently begun to realize that moving a whole planet might actually be possible. In fact, we use the same principle to slingshot space probes around the solar system. Planet Earth could be just a few well-placed flybys away from a fiery death. What would it take to incinerate an entire planet? Answer: a nuclear furnace nearly 1 million miles across. It sounds crazy, but the truth is this will happen. It's just a matter of time.
As the sun gets older and older, it's going to actually get brighter and brighter. And within about 2 billion years, the Earth will be in an uninhabitable zone. It will be like Venus. There'll be a runaway greenhouse effect. All the water on Earth will be destroyed. The surface temperature will be about 1,000 degrees.
Eventually, the sun will swell and scorch the Earth, unless we somehow move the Earth away from the sun to save it.
Alternatively, if you were sufficiently evil, I suppose, you could imagine doing exactly the opposite. Harnessing sufficiently large objects to transfer gravitational energy to kick the Earth's orbit closer to the sun.
Easy to say, not so easy to do. The Earth weighs in at 6 trillion tons. Pushing something that big is quite...
Order Little Caesar's 3-meat treat for $8.99. It's the lowest price in 3-meat pizzas. Pizza, pizza.
Discover quality craftsmanship and trusted service at Mr. Roof. Whether you need a repair or a custom replacement, our expert team is here to guide you every step of the way. Explore the latest in roofing technology and styles. Plus, check out our siding and window options. Our products are built to last, ensuring your home stays beautiful and protected for years to come. If you need any roofing, window, or siding projects done, let our family take care of yours. Visit MrRoof.net or call today.
Quite a challenge. But there is a way. It's called Gravity Assist. Space probe engineers use gravity assists all the time. Take Saturn's Cassini-Huygens probe. It's the size of a school bus, one of the biggest probes ever built. To build up enough speed to fling the probe out to Saturn, it had to swing by Venus twice and Earth once. Each flyby stole energy from the planet and added it to the probe. The probe got a lot faster by altering the planet's course just a little.
The name of the game, we take a rock about 1 mile or 2 across, and we move it so that it just passes the Earth the right way, and it'll steal energy away from the Earth. The asteroid will go flying off, and the Earth will move in toward the sun. But we shouldn't just waste the asteroid when we can recycle it. If we're clever, we can take the asteroid and have it go toward the planet Jupiter. And then if we pass Jupiter in just the right way, it'll take that extra energy it stole from the Earth, give it to Jupiter, and then fall back toward the Earth. And if we aim everything just right, we get a conveyor belt of energy. We steal it from the Earth, give it to Jupiter, and then come right back. And in fact, we can use hundreds or even thousands of asteroids this way, continuously stealing Earth's energy and dumping it toward Jupiter. And before you know it, the Earth is falling into a fiery plummet.
First, you need to catch an asteroid. It's as big as a mountain, and it's traveling around 10 miles a second. Next, you need to attach rockets and boost the asteroid onto the perfect course. Next, repeat, thousands and thousands of times. Very slowly, over thousands of years, the Earth will fall towards the Sun. Right now, we're just over 90 million miles away. By 70 million, the Earth is a superheated desert like Venus. Then things start to get really bad.
As the Earth slowly spirals into the Sun, a series of events unfolds which unfortunately spells doom for our planet. As the Earth approaches the Sun, the atmosphere heats up and blows off, and the oceans boil, basically turning the Earth into a giant comet. But there's worse to come. As the Earth gets closer to the Sun's gravity pulls on the near side of the Earth more than it pulls on the far side, and the Earth stretches like putty. At some point, it gets close enough to the Sun that the Sun's gravity can overwhelm the Earth's gravity, and it shatters, pulverizes our planet.
The Earth is dead, but its ghost could remain, a faint ring of material around the Sun. Peter Schultz, planetary impact geologist.
If the Earth or any object gets too close to another object like the Sun, eventually the tides will rip it apart. As that happens, it would simply be broken into many small pieces. It would then encircle the Sun as if it were a ring.
The Sun would resemble Saturn, with its own faint ring of rocks and dust. A fiery death and a ghostly remnant. If you want to destroy a planet, this could be the way to go.
A great way to destroy the Earth is to drop it into the Sun, let it plummet to a fiery death. And we can do this. All you need to do is to pass enough asteroids near the Earth in succession to gravitationally drop it into the Sun. And we have that technology. We know how to move asteroids. It's just a matter of getting them on a precise enough orbit to be able to do it.
Maneuvering billion-ton chunks of rock with pinpoint precision at hundreds of miles a minute is quite a stretch. Not to mention the amount of time it would take to capture enough asteroids. We've tried to crush it and burn it. It's time for another plan. An antimatter bomb. Physicists have been searching for over a century for a theory that unites our understanding of the large-scale universe, planets, galaxies, and stars, with what we know of the subatomic world, electrons, protons, and quarks. Their theories are bringing to light some pretty destructive phenomena. One of them could be a world killer. Antimatter. Theorized in the 1920s, detected in the 30s. Now we can create antimatter in modern particle colliders. And the base ingredient for the biggest explosion possible. Antimatter is the most explosive substance ever found. pound for pound, it's far more powerful than even a hydrogen bomb. But antimatter is hard stuff to find. Everything we see around us, out to the most distant galaxies, is matter, created 13 billion years ago in the Big Bang. It created antimatter too. They look similar. In fact, they are entirely opposite. Put them together, and they wipe each other out. Cosmologist Lawrence Krauss.
Now I have a proton here, and antikrauss over there has an antiproton. And when we bring them together, we're going to make an incredible explosion. Okay, let's annihilate.
This is what happened to all the antimatter created in the Big Bang. It annihilated. If we want to use some for a bomb, we need to make it ourselves. Making antimatter is a bit like firing a gun at a target.
If I shoot a gun at a paper target, the paper that flies out of the target is like matter, and the hole that's left behind is the antimatter. It takes energy to create a matter-antimatter particle pair. In the shooting range analogy, the bullet provided the energy.
In reality, the gun is a particle accelerator, like the one at CERN in Switzerland. Fire protons in a giant tube, steer them around with powerful magnets, use the same magnets to accelerate the protons to near the speed of light, then slam the beam into a block of metal. For every million protons they hit, you get one antiproton. It's as if Plate's handgun only left a hole once in every million shots.
In an accelerator, you only get one particle-antiparticle pair out of every million collisions or so. And so it's really hard to find that one antimatter particle floating around. It's a lot like coming to Niagara Falls and trying to get that one particle out of all the mist. And that's why it's so hard to create antimatter on a large scale.
Assuming we can obtain enough antimatter, the next challenge is to make it into a bomb. Nothing is more unstable than an antimatter bomb. You have to find a way to hold the antimatter without it touching any ordinary matter. If it does, it will explode.
So I have a bunch of antimatter above my hand here. Well, it better not touch my hand, because if it does, poof, okay, and a huge annihilation. But worse, it can't interact with the air around it, because the air is made of matter. And again, you get an incredible explosion.
Researchers need a special container to study antimatter. And this is it, a penning trap. Powerful magnets suspend the antimatter in a vacuum.
So if I want to store this antimatter, what I have to do is somehow keep it levitated above my hand, which means I have to produce huge magnetic fields in just the right way to keep the charged particles in the antimatter from touching my hand. But I also have to store it in an incredibly high vacuum, because any air in the container would again cause an explosion. And so the energies and technology required to produce those magnetic fields, keep that ultra-high vacuum, would mean that you wouldn't have a small object. You'd have to have surrounded with massive amounts of machinery.
Yet, for all that trouble, an antimatter bomb isn't just theory. We can make antimatter, we can capture it, and we can store it. But where do we plant it for maximum effect? If we want to destroy the whole planet, the bomb has to go off near the Earth's core. That's nearly 4,000 miles straight down, further away than London from DC. Right now, that's impossible. The deepest man-made borehole stops at just 7.5 miles. But what if we could? So far, mankind has managed to create a grand total of 20 nanograms of antimatter. That's 100 million times lighter than a dime in your pocket. So the bomb is going to be too small even to see.
200 feet away in this.
And we're back at third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project, and she is looking pretty tired, Jill.
She's stuck, Bill, and that deadline is looming.
It looms for us all, Jill.
Wait a minute. She just left Grammarly.
Grammarly is an AI writing partner that helps you make your point.
She just asked Grammarly to help her write a summary of her doc, and she's shortening it. Look at that. She's done. It's in!
Download Grammarly for free.
This test range in Arizona, we have the explosive equivalent of TNT. So let's see how big of a bang that makes.
20 nanograms of antimatter makes quite a blast, but it's way short. To destroy planet Earth, we would need 2.5 trillion tons of the stuff. That's a bomb the size of Mount Everest. At the bottom of a hole 4,000 miles deep. If it were possible, the result would split the Earth into thousands of pieces. With a powerful enough bomb, the pieces would fly out into space and are lost. With a slightly weaker bomb, the pieces fall back under the force of their own gravity, collapsing into a molten ball. An eerie echo of Earth's creation 4.5 billion years ago. It could happen, in theory, but there are a few technical details to iron out first.
So what's the matter with antimatter? Well, if you're trying to destroy the Earth, it'll work. It'll do the job. The problem is you need about the energy that the sun puts out in an entire week. So it's a huge amount. And we just don't have the technology to create that right now.
At the present rate of production, making the bomb would take more than the age of the universe.
The other problem is getting it to the Earth. How do you do that? Well, you have to get it to the center of the Earth, and that means digging a hole several miles across and 4,000 miles deep. So in the end, don't think antimatter is probably the most efficient way of destroying the planet.
So, as a way of destroying the Earth, maybe antimatter has some problems. But we know the next approach works, because it already happened once before in Earth's ancient past. Space is a dangerous place. It's full of debris. Rocks the size of pebbles, up to rocks near the size of a planet. There are impact craters everywhere, including our moon. These asteroids can hit us as well. An asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. Maybe a bigger asteroid could destroy the planet entirely. Meteor Crater, Arizona. Almost a mile across, nearly 600 feet deep. Today, science can reconstruct what happened here thousands of years ago. Dr. Dan Durda, planetary scientist.
You wouldn't want to be standing here 50,000 years ago. This iron meteorite, about the size of a small office building or so, it's made out of stainless steel from space. It's about to strike the desert with an impact energy of somewhere between 1 and 10 megatons. And it's that energy that's going to excavate and open up this crater behind you, which is nearly a mile across.
The impact ultimately devastated an area the size of New York City, with 600 times the power of the Hiroshima bomb. And that was small. 65 million years ago, a real monster struck. It was 6 miles across. Sat on the ground, it would out-top Everest by half a mile. The crater was over 100 miles wide. The impact wiped out the dinosaurs and destroyed most of life on Earth. An even bigger space rock could destroy the planet. We're already developing technologies to protect against future impacts. Ironically, you could use those same technologies to make an impact happen. One approach is to hover a space probe near the asteroid. The probe's mass generates a tiny gravitational pull on the rock. Over time, that can change the asteroid's course enough to miss the Earth, or to guarantee a hit.
Hi, honey.
Morning, Grandma.
Dr. Garcia?
That's millions of bacteria growing overnight. Crest Health helps prevent oral health issues before they start.
That's so much pressure!
Crest.
Another protection technology that we could use is a technique called solar sublimation. This diverts an asteroid or comet using nothing more than sunlight. To demonstrate the effect, Durda starts by building a homemade comet.
Some fraction of near-Earth objects are comets, so let's examine what comets are made of. Let's actually make a comet.
Take some soil, add dry ice, then water, and some chocolate.
We'll put in a few percent of organic material into our comet. And of course, in the outermost solar system, there's a little bit of ammonia here and there. We'll let that be represented by this ammonia cleaner. Let's see if we can pack this up and make ourselves a little comet nucleus.
A magnifying lens completes the apparatus.
If one were to actually focus the light from the sun onto the surface, one could cause some of that water to vaporize away, and just like on this comet nucleus, the jetting action, those evaporating gases, act a little bit like little artificial rocket motors attached to the object. And over time, they really do cause it to be pushed slightly off course.
The power of sunlight alone is enough to divert a space rock onto a collision course with Earth. But solar sublimation may not be effective on an object big enough to pulverize our planet. To destroy the Earth, our space missile needs to be big. Like Mars big. We know this for certain because it's happened before. 4.5 billion years ago, a rock the size of Mars struck the Earth a glancing blow. The impact debris created the moon. if it had hit head-on, none of us would be here. We've come here to the vertical gun range at NASA Ames in California for proof. This 12-foot gun fires beads up to 4 miles per second, 6 times faster than a rifle bullet. Professor Peter Schultz, the planetary impact geologist, uses the gun to simulate a Mars-sized object, represented by this small projectile, hitting our planet head-on. The Space Environment Chamber is ready. Schultz makes his final adjustments. But will our scale model Earth break apart completely?
That hurt. That really hurt. Look at this thing, Josh. This is worse than a science fiction movie. This is Murphy's disaster. Nothing about.
A head-on strike, destruction guaranteed.
So the things that destroy an object is going to be a combination of the size of the object, the speed of the object, and the angle. The lower the angle, the less likely it'll completely bust it apart. So to really destroy the Earth, you need something that's humongous and needs to hit straight on.
Now we know what it takes to use an impact to destroy planet Earth. Asteroids and comets are just too small. We need to move something the size of a planet onto a collision course. That's a level of technology we won't be reaching anytime soon.
Now, we can move asteroids around, and we can move comets around, but those are only a few miles across. The problem here is that we need something really big. Mars is about 1/3 of the size of the Earth, and even that hitting the Earth won't destroy it. We would need something almost as big as the Earth itself, something like Venus. And even then, we just don't have the technology to be able to move something that big with that kind of precision to aim it at the Earth and blow it out.
Destroying the Earth with a space rocket just isn't gonna happen. Perhaps the killer punch won't come from space, but from right here on Earth. Genetics, robotics, nanotechnology. Researchers hope machines will lead us to a brave new world. Already, robots can learn, build other robots, and cooperate with each other. It could be the beginning of a new age. It could also be the beginning of the end. Right now, we can only build robots that work with humans in control, but science is working towards machines that can think for themselves and even reproduce. Robots that can make copies of themselves without human control could one day take over the world. Todd Lipson, professor of robotics. Lipson is a pioneer in robot replication.
This robot could make another robot identical to itself, and then those two robots can make 4 robots and so forth. These robots could fill up a space, such as this here, fairly quickly.
Once the first replicate is made, there's no stopping the process. But first, we've got to make them. At Cornell's robotics lab, Lipson and his team already make robots that learn, robots that build, and robots that build themselves. This is the world's first self-replicating robot. Supply it with building blocks and it assembles them to make a copy of itself. It needs Lipson and his lab techs to keep it stocked with plastic cubes. So this robot is pretty benign. To destroy the Earth, we need to develop robots that use smaller blocks and eventually individual atoms.
We've been trying to make robots made of much tinier cubes on the order of 0.5 millimeter. You can barely see them. There's about 10 of them in this container here. We're trying to get these very small units to combine together, and the smaller they get, the faster and more easy it is to replicate.
Lipson thinks that advances in robotics will revolutionize design and manufacture. But where there's progress, there's also danger. In theory, nano-sized machines could start to replicate out of control. Self-replicating nanomachines could, in theory, destroy all life on Earth. To destroy the planet itself, we need something more. To reproduce, a robot needs energy and raw materials. In other words, food. The more food there is, the more copies our robots can make. And the biggest source of food on the planet is the planet itself.
The ultimate kind of self-replicating process is something that's inspired by nature. So if we can have a machine that can essentially self-replicate using resources in the environment, food and energy, then that would be a pretty big achievement.
And the biggest natural resource on Earth is rock. Design a self-replicating robot that feeds on rock, and it has 6 trillion tons of food right under its feet. Some living creatures already use rock. Rock-feeding bacteria live in the Earth's crust, even several miles deep. But nature's rock eaters are good for the planet. They help form soil and keep life ticking.
There's a whole suite of rock-eating bacteria that we've now uncovered on the Earth, which will go and chew up and eat and use the materials in the rocks for their sources of energy and for the sources of compounds they use to build other biologic molecules. There are literally biological organisms that do just this, eat rock.
Rock-eating, self-replicating robots. But they've got to be smart. They need to cooperate. Professor Alan Wingfield, roboticist in charge of the Symbrian project, to design robots that swarm like insects.
Symbrian is a 5-year project to try and build a swarm of self-assembling robots. Perhaps as many as 30 or 40 will physically join and then behave and act as a single organism. The big challenge is going to be how to get the robots to first of all decide what to be, a foot bot, or a knee bot, or a sensor bot, or a brain bot, and then work cooperatively so that, for instance, the organism can stand up and walk.
We can already make robots that reproduce. We can make robots that cooperate. Put them together, and at last we may have our planet killer. Here's the math. Say each robot takes 1 day to replicate. Then after a single month, you have over 1 billion robots. After a year, you have trillions. Earth is covered with machines that do nothing but gobble rock. In the end, no more rock, just a huge ball of self-replicating machines.
Well, what are robots made of? Well, iron, magnesium, aluminum, and silicon. The same thing the Earth is made of. And so all you have to do is create one of these self-replicating robots and let it out into the wild. It'll make a zillion copies of itself, and they will consume the Earth. And eventually, there'll be nothing left.
Success at last? Perhaps not. In our quest to destroy the planet, we've tried devouring it, incinerating it, pulverizing it, blowing it up, and breaking it down. Planet Earth is a proven survivor. It has taken everything the universe can throw at it for 4.5 billion years. And one thing is certain. we're still here.
Mink, on the other hand, rely on their very sharp eyes to detect their prey. Some of the walls, built thousands of years ago, are still in good condition today. The physical landscape of this coast is not all natural. There are almost 300 clam beds in this small area of coastline. No one can say how many there are in total, but it may be that most of the coastline in this area of British Columbia has been modified in this way. People have been exploiting this coast for thousands of years. At the end of the last ice age, this coast was the main human migration route into the continent. (13,000 to 15,000 years ago, people came south from Siberia by skirting along this coast. There were fish, mammals, and plants to eat. These were easier traveling conditions than across the ice-covered interior. And the salmon swimming up the rivers would have been an easy target. In the estuaries where the sea and fresh water mingle, they pause, waiting for the perfect moment to head inland. From now until they spawn, they won't eat, and their bodies will start to deteriorate. So they only have a limited time in which to reach their spawning grounds, and there are many dangers ahead. Rainforest wolves prowl along the coastal inlets. These are rich hunting grounds. Wolves are mostly nocturnal, so it's rare to see them out in the open in broad daylight. Some are attracted by the prospect of feasting on salmon in this intertidal zone. At low tide, there's less water, which makes fishing easier. wolves are killing more than they can ever eat. But there's a good reason for them to do so. The wolves won't eat the flesh of salmon as it may contain parasites that can kill them. But they do like to eat the heads. The brains are very rich and apparently free of the deadly parasites. But the most nutritious part of the salmon is the skin, rich in fat, and this is hard to get at without eating the flesh. So the wolves let other animals prepare it for them. They deliberately leave their catch on the side of the river in plain sight of scavengers. Ravens and eagles then come in for easy pickings. They eat the fresh flesh, but leave behind the skin and bones. When the remains are sufficiently decomposed, the wolves come back and eat the healthy leftovers. Wherever they go, the salmon nourish the wildlife on the coast. There are more than 200 species in these forests that feed on salmon. The richness of the West has always drawn animals in, and that in turn has attracted people. They've lived here in greater density than anywhere else in the country. But until the 18th century, few outsiders knew about this land. The first ones to arrive here came by ship. They had no idea about the degree to which the land was occupied or altered. When Captain George Vancouver set foot on this land, he thought it was like the Garden of Eden and described it as enchantingly beautiful. With songbirds in the air and beds of camas flowers under budding Gary oak trees, it was easy to see why he thought they'd arrived in paradise. Vancouver wrote, "The country before us exhibited everything that bounteous nature could be expected to draw. We have no reason to imagine that this country had ever been indebted for any of its decorations to the hand of man." He could not have been more wrong. First Nations groups have been managing this environment over thousands of years. They burned the underbrush to allow them to hunt deer more successfully. And they harvested tubers from the camas plants and acorns from the oak. Some think the whole environment here was introduced. Carbon testing shows the Gary oaks and camas first grew at a similar time to when humans arrived here. Vancouver witnessed an entirely created and cultivated land without realizing it. time, Gary Oaks have become scarcer, but the few that still exist are in a very different setting. Today, the island, which took Vancouver's name, is home to some of the most expensive real estate in the whole country. Historically, people were drawn to live by the coast for one main reason: the easy availability of food. And the best and most reliable West Coast food has always been salmon. After years living at sea, somehow they have to navigate through the entire river system back to the point of their birth. Salmon have an amazing sense of smell. They're able to detect one particle in a billion that may be characteristic of the river where they hatched. As they head upstream, the current gets stronger. And in some places, the river becomes so fast and steep, they can no longer swim against it. They have to leave the water to get through.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check the sign first before parking.
Think you can pay a parking ticket in heirloom tomatoes?
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Does the Pete's Coffee taster care that floral print and stripes don't go together? He doesn't. He only cares that the flavor notes in the coffee go together. They do.
For a moment, they become flying fish, complete with flapping rudders. These jumps are the equivalent of a human leaping over a four-story building. The precision of their jumps and the exact point of re-entry can make the difference between life and death. But if they're to reach their spawning grounds, they have to get through. The salmon must keep moving forwards. New threats await them at every stage of their journey. Some 150,000 black bears live in British Columbia alone. Huge numbers of them head for the rivers to intercept the salmon. Like humans, bears have a very varied diet. During the rest of the year, they are mostly vegetarian. This is the only time they can get high-protein food. But the salmon, at this stage of their journey, are still full of energy. And they're not easy to catch. Eventually, the bear's persistence pays off. When they catch a particularly big salmon, bears often take it into the forest to eat it undercover. In British Columbia, bears and scavengers carry thousands of tons of salmon into the forest each year. When there's lots of salmon available, bears usually only eat about a quarter of the fish, selecting the fatty parts. The rest of the body and bones rot away and nourish the trees, and they grow into some of the tallest in the world. Salmon carcasses make the best fertilizer, providing up to 80% of the marine-based nitrogen in these forests. Spruce trees here can be 3 times larger than those growing close to other streams, where there are no salmon. The salmon continue to feed animals and plants as they head upstream. Especially at the points where the river forces the salmon through bottlenecks. The Wet'suwet'en people have been here for over 5,000 years, exploiting the narrow gorge that passes through their territory. Traditionally, this method of dip net fishing was only about securing food. But today, salmon numbers are falling. So locals carry out surveys on the numbers and count for the salmon population. flourish in the wild, they must be able to return to their spawning grounds. The vast majority of these red sockeye salmon that left these very same gravel beds as juveniles 4 years ago to perish. Now, the survivors are back to reproduce. The females dig out reds, shallow scoops in the gravel in which they lay their eggs. And males swimming alongside fertilize them. And some of the salmon used to get a helping hand from the locals. The Helsing, who call themselves the Sun People, still know the salmon spawning behavior very well. But their ancestors had remarkable ways. As soon as the eggs were laid and fertilized, these people gathered them and carefully placed them in sealed bedroom boxes, lined with moss to help keep them moist. They were then taken away and put into a different free-running river. The temperate rainforest provided everything that the First Nations needed, and was their home. Cedar trees were used for everything from houses and canoes to boxes and even clothing. The forest provided medicines, and most of the plant-based animals lived there. But when the Europeans arrived, they saw the land very differently. Captain George Vancouver, who had adored the meadows of Vancouver Island, found the dripping rainforest less welcoming. He wrote, "Our residence here was truly forlorn. An awful silence pervaded the gloomy forests, whilst animated nature seemed to have deserted the neighbouring country." In fact, Vancouver's men just didn't know where to look. The temperate rainforest was teeming with life, like the unique white spirit bear only found in British Columbia. Today, there are less than 200 left. But much of life in the forest lives in the canopy. If the British looked up in the trees, they would have seen vast nests, the largest in all of Canada, that sometimes weigh 2 tons. Home to the bald eagle. The chicks need to attract their mother's attention by screeching the loudest for food. They add a kilo in weight each week and need to take everything offered from mum who's beak. The fastest to grow will become the strongest and may fatally attack the others. From the treetops, adult eagles have a great vantage point to hunt for their young.
postcards. So check all state first for a quote that can save you hundreds.
Take control of your family's health with Sambucol Immunity Gummies. Scientifically studied, Sambucol is the #1 black elderberry immunity brand trusted by millions of Americans. For proven, powerful immune support, take control with Sambucol.
The eagle's superb eyesight and powerful talons usually make the hunt a foregone conclusion. The vast forested area of the Hellsea was maintained by the locals. They saw themselves as custodians of the territory, and they transformed environments when they released the fertilized saplings. This helped populate new streams. And the effects were not lasting, as the salmon always returned to the place where they were hatched to lay their eggs. So new populations of salmon were created that fed communities, both humans and wildlife, for generations to come. This great forested landscape of huge coniferous trees is living proof of how successful they were. The world's largest temperate rainforest still flourishes, largely due to nutrients provided by returning salmon. Conditions in the mountains inland are tougher than coastal forests. It is harder to get around. There is less plant life, less water, and so fewer animals. The ones that do live here have had to develop particular strategies to do so. Downed sheep like tall, steep mountain peaks where they feel safe. But they have to come down to lower altitudes to eat. And here, predators await them. This secretive and solitary lynx is rarely seen in the day. The grizzly bears are bolder and prowl the mountainside for food. Wild sheep are too nimble to be caught here. But they're young and much more vulnerable. In the spring, the newborn lambs have a lot to learn about their mountain homes. They have to adapt quickly to be able to move up and down steep slopes. They must keep close to their mothers, as there's danger everywhere. But their greatest threat is hard to spot. Golden eagles can see a newborn lamb from a mile away. They can pick up double their own body weight and fly off with their talons. But the lambs run fast. Within weeks, they'll be too heavy for the eagles to move. The lambs will be safe as long as they stay together with their parents. A swooping eagle tries to separate them. Away from the main herd, the lamb is in real danger. Surviving in the mountains requires special skills. The European settlers called the Rockies impenetrable peaks and needed the expertise of the local people to guide them through. In contrast, many First Nation groups of British Columbia are completely at home in Western mountains. Entire families would trek for weeks to get through these ranges to reach the coast. There they traded furs and skins for fish oil in the sea. The trail network through these mountains linked the coastal and interior communities together. But with winter snow, travel through the mountains became impossible. While humans moved out of the mountains in winter, wildlife must adapt to the changing conditions. Bighorn sheep head to high remote windswept areas. They scrape away at snow and ice to expose buried grasses. Bighorn sheep often split into gender groups. Female those with the largest horns have the highest status. Having fed all summer, the rams are in peak condition. They sniff to detect which ewes are ready to breed. But first, they have to sort out mating rights. They start with playgrounds like toys, with kicks and shoves. The weak rams are tested and social ranking established. Finally, one big male peels off, and that lays down the gauntlet to all the others. Any male who thinks he is strong enough must now fight to prove it. They charge at 30 kilometers an hour, and the impact is titanic. The skulls are double layered to protect their brains. Duels can go on for a full 24 hours. The winner now has the mating rights for the entire herd. The lambs will be born in spring, when the new growth of grass will be ready for them. But before then, times will be hard.
I'm your football-obsessed best man.
Well, all eyes are on you. My eyes are glued to the game. And if you didn't bundle your home and auto insurance, well, all of this could be tough to tackle. So get Allstate.
What is this? Just
It's got to be clean. It's got to be tied.
By late autumn, back on the west coast, summer rules out, and the banks of the rivers are littered with corpses. Eagles gather to finish off the last of the summer. The eaglets born in spring now try to fend for themselves in the grand pecking order. Temperatures are falling, and conditions are about to get more tougher. The bounty that seemed endless in one last salmon spectacle will play out for the full force of winter arrives. And it happens in a most unlikely place. This is the northern Yukon Territory in November. There's a spot where the complete white landscape is broken off. This is right on the Arctic Circle, at 66 degrees of latitude. There are no trees this size for hundreds of miles around. But there is one solitary river still flowing, which makes this place so unique. It has a limestone underground spring. The whole environment is transformed, and locals consider the place sacred. They think it's blessed, as the open water supports salmon this far north. And as in other areas, the southern carcasses allow spruce trees to flourish and give the place the appearance of a more southern forest. Over time, chum salmon have exploited the open river. They spawn later here than anywhere else, traveling thousands of kilometers to get here. From every 1,000 or so eggs laid here, only one adult salmon return. They are now a death's door, and easy pickings for any predator that can get here so late in the year. Grizzly bears have a limited period to eat. Even though it looks like an easy feast, this is actually a desperate struggle for survival. They need to devour huge amounts of salmon to ensure that they get through the long, cold northern winter. They may eat 40 kilograms of fish and gain up to 2 kilograms in body weight in a single day. Any salmon will do, alive or dead. there is an additional cause for this extraordinary sight. The Votutquitchin First Nation Rupia have always revered this place and protected it. They agreed amongst themselves that no one should be allowed to exploit it or destroy it. They recognized it as a place where food could always be found, even in the depths of winter. Today, it is a territorial park, and the grizzlies are left in peace. From the Arctic to the rainforest, this part of Canada is filled with astonishing wildlife spectacles. It is this coexistence and independence of animals, people, and the landscape that makes this place the true Wild West.
Volkswagen engineers look at safety from many perspectives, including this one. The Volkswagen Tiguan. Visit your Volkswagen dealer today and get 0% APR financing or a $2,000 customer bonus on a new 2024 Tiguan.
Unlike other bags, only a Ziploc freezer bag features our exclusive 9 points of protection that helps protect your mom's pozole from leaks and blowouts. SC Johnson.
Greatness hurts. Tylenol. Care without limits. A nourishing body wash and lotion duo for smooth, luminous skin after just one use.
1491, English explorer Henry Kelsey was one of the first Europeans to travel through southern Canada and get a glimpse of this amazing prairie landscape. His Assiniboine companions may have told Kelsey about the rich hunting grounds of the Great Grass Plains. But nothing could have prepared him for the spectacle he was about to witness. Bison herds numbering up to 4 million animals. Bison are huge, powerful creatures with aggressive nature. At the time of Kelsey's arrival, the grasslands stretched from central Mexico through the United States into southern Canada, from Lake Winnipeg in the east to the Rocky Mountains in the west. These grasslands supported many different species, but there was one that appeared purpose-built for this open country, the pronghorn antelope. With a top speed of almost 100 kilometers per hour, pronghorns are the fastest hoofed animals on Earth. During Kelsey's time, there were at least 20 million pronghorn on the plains. Early European travelers saw the open ground as a wild, untouched landscape. They were wrong. The Prairie First Nations were great hunters, and they've been changing this landscape for thousands of years with a very powerful tool. Fire. Fire kills even trees while leaving grass roots unscathed, so these intentional fires kept the prairie open by preventing trees from spreading across it. And these people preferred grass to trees because the animals they hunted were greatest. The fires cleared away the dead and dried up grass.
Try mitigating the lax flames and centipedes for twice the barbs.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad. Hey, watch. It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face. Game changer. It'll flex its contours to it, and the 5 precision blades finish the job for the ultimate Gillette shaving experience. The best in it, you catch is Gillette Labs.
Friskies Party Mix Treats. Tantalizingly tasty, deliciously crunchy, to add fun and excitement to any party. Even if the only 2 guests are you and your cat. Party on, cats! With Friskies Party Mix Treats.
What's for dinner? Yeah, what's for dinner? So by the following year, a rich new crop of grass would grow to attract the grazing animals. The bison herds themselves also help support the grass. Their dung return nutrients to the soil, and their hooves to stud the ground, allow the diversity of plants to grow. The interaction of grass, bison, and people sustain a rich, stable environment long before human beings arrive on the prairie. And there is one other major element influencing the prairie landscape. Wolves play a crucial role in maintaining the balance between bison and prey, keeping the herds on the move, preventing the grasslands from becoming overgrazed. Plains people lived alongside wolves and understood how they hunted. They knew that bison with new calves, instead of running, would often snap their ground. As long as the adult bison hold their nerve, wolves won't risk injury by approaching near range of those horns and hooves. But not everything in wolves' clothing is what it seems. Dressed in wolf skins and mimicking their movements, the human hunters could approach within a few meters of their quarry. Their trick then was to stampede the herd in one specific direction. In full flight, it's hard for the herd to suddenly slow down. By chasing bison over steep cliffs, known as buffalo jumps, hunters could secure enough meat to feed the entire community. Smaller hunters, like these black-tailed prairie dogs, made their home underneath the prairie grassland. Prairie dogs live in vast colonies or towns, with kilometers of burrows much burrowing as borrowing. Whenever Mumble appears, the chicks converge on them like a pack of wolves. The chicks are growing fast, and their appetites seem insatiable. In the pancake rice landscape, a paradox Earth map gives the hours a panoramic view. In a treeless world, any height helps to spot trouble. The coyote knows he's been spotted and continues his way. The chick takes advantage of the afternoon breeze to try out its wings. A couple of months from now, these chicks will be free-fledged and the family migrates south. While most of us think of prairie as grassland, there's another element to this landscape that is every bit as important to wildlife. Canada's heartland is studded with countless lakes. Scoured up thousands of years ago by Ice Age glaciers. Some estimates put the figure at over 10 million. That's far more lakes than people here. A crucial resource for waterfowl, returned from western parts of the Arctic on their long migrations south. Quill Lake, Saskatchewan, draws in tens of thousands of snowflakes, looking for a place to rest and feed. The reserve attracts rare seasonal migrants too, often in huge numbers. Sandhill cranes renew old acquaintances and greet each other with their peculiar weeping dance. Once they have rested and been fed, the migrants must move on. flocks of ducks and geese will be far to the south. By late October, the first frosts arrive. Winter signals a change in the fortunes for much of the wildlife of the highway. Buffalo had the advantage during the summer months, but wolves have the edge now. Here, in northern Alberta, the deep snow causes the bison to travel in single file to save energy. Those behind benefit from the snow-plowing efforts of the front runners. But for the last in line, there may be a deadly price. Once separated from the rest of the herd, this youngster's outlook is bleak. While a bison's front end is well protected, its rump is not. So any further attempt to run away will simply play to the wolf's jaws. And with the herd gone, the young bison has no alternative but to try and stand its ground. The bloody wolf can afford to take time out to quench her thirst with a mouthful of snow. The odds are clearly in her favor. Finally, the game of survival comes down to a choice of ends. The bison needs to keep the wolf facing its armored head, while the wolf wants to get its horns defenseless rear. Primordial scenes like this would once have been common in Canada's heartland.
Volkswagen engineers look at safety from many perspectives, including this one. The Volkswagen Tiguan. Visit your Volkswagen dealer today and get 0% APR financing or a $2,000 customer bonus on a new 2024 Tiguan.
Okay, keep your head in the game.
Lots to do? Run a payday and cut your appetite in half.
SC Johnson. Because feeling your best should be well within reach. Walgreens brand health and well-being products give you high quality at a lower price. Stock up now and save on your routine.
But today, most of the wild bison herds are long gone. And this is one of the last places in the world where wolves and bison can still determine each other's fate. central Alberta, a moose and a calves venture out to the snow searching for food. When times are tough, these willow twigs make the difference between life and death for these moose. By midwinter, the temperature has dipped below -40 degrees. On a frozen lake, a deer succumbed to the cold. The tattered carcass looks as if it was savaged by a large predator during the night. Now, in the morning light, the hungry whiskey jacks give way to the larger, more powerful predators. The squatting ravens sort out their pecking over this winter feast. Opening a frozen carcass will be impossible for the ravens. So a wolverine. With its muscular body, frost-shaped fur coat, and big snowshoe paws, a wolverine can cover large tracts of frozen wilderness in search of food. Just over a meter long, the wolverine looks like a small bear, but is actually a member of the weasel tribe. Rarely seen, this is some of the first footage of wild wolverines ever recorded in North America. We still know very little about wild wolverines. They've rarely been studied in the wild. A hunter in its own right, it is also an expert scavenger. Its immensely powerful jaws can butcher even the most hard-frozen carcass. With its belly stuffed full, the wolverine will be able to survive several days until its next meal. Carcasses like this are a rare bonanza for scavengers in these forests. When the weather takes a turn for the worse, the hungry ravens make a last-ditch attempt to fill their bellies. But in a matter of hours, the dead deer is entirely buried. Later, a young male wolverine arrives on the scene, not knowing there's a carcass hidden beneath the snow. But his senses are extraordinary. Somehow, he's able to sniff out the faint odor of frozen flesh. Even through a beating of fresh snow. In the race to survive, the wolverine wins by a nose. For the Aboriginal people of these forests, finding food in the winter required all their ingenuity. And one of their techniques looks a bit strange from the outside. Under the dark shelter of a tent, ice fishing was practiced this way by First Nations people for at least 1,000 years. Beneath the hole chipped through the ice, the fisherman plays his lure, hoping to attract a hungry fish within spitting range. The dark tent above keeps his silhouette from spooking the fish. Still today, ice fishing is popular among Canadians. In Quebec, hundreds of cabins have been moved onto the meter-thick ice of the St. Anne River, creating a temporary village where the whole community gathers each January for an ice fishing festival. The prize draw is the Atlantic tonquin, which migrate from the sea during the winter to spawn in freshwater. They were once harvested commercially, but today, tonquin fishing is more like family fun. The party lasts from late December through to early February. As evening temperatures drop below -20 Celsius, families retreat into the warmth of their snow-peated cabins. Meanwhile, out on a frozen pond in northern Quebec, steam rises from the chimney of a different snow-covered dwelling. Beneath its blanket of insulating snow is a beaver's lodge. The steam plume comes from a cozy interior of the lodge, currently occupied by muskrats. Muskrats resemble beavers, but are smaller with slender tails. The muskrats are squatters here, enjoying the warmth while the owners are busy foraging outside. Beavers eat mostly leaves, twigs, and bark. If times are tough though, they can draw on fat reserves stored in their tails. Muskrats have a similar diet. The beavers keep a submerged larva of willow and aspen in their pond, so they don't have to venture out above the ice to forage in the cold winter months. Until this unique new footage was filmed inside a wild beaver's lodge, muskrats had always been thought of as freeloaders. But this muskrat can clearly be seen plastering miles of lodge wall, making a direct contribution to its weatherproofing. This is the first time muskrats have been called helping beavers to maintain the lodge. Maybe it's time to give the busy muskrat some recognition. Protected from predators inside their snow-covered stronghold, the beavers and muskrats remain insulated from the world outside until spring melts the ice on their pond. Canada has the largest wetland area in the world. And throughout the boreal forest, as winter ends, it springs to life. Surrounded by a shallow pond, the beavers created a dance. They must regularly trot their land, making sure it stays watertight. If they run a leak, they quickly set to work to fix it. Beavers are one of the largest rodents in the world and use their strength to great advantage.
What's for dinner?
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges. It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
With Proclaim Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts here. Proclaim Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
All this fetching and carrying uses up a lot of energy. A beaver's diet is relatively low in calories, so they need to spend a lot of time feeding. The dam mending is completed by jabbing mud and weed in the chinks between the boats. Beaver dams may span hundreds of meters. That's a lot of maintenance work for the animal. The beaver's pond provides a habitat for waterfowl. A pair of ravens does. Pumped up with spring hormones, male red-winged blackbirds stake out their territory in soup. A Canada goose has made her nest on top of the beaver's perch. Now that her eggs are hatched, she needs to move her young to where they can fly. But something along the water's edge has caught her eye. Linked into the goose's alarm grid, the beaver's tail slab warns every other resident of the pond. At the pond's edge, a red-necked queen pops off her nest. She can always get a clutch of its beak. Though their cover has been blown, the wolves seem reluctant to give up entirely on their duck hunting ambitions. When large prey are scarce, wolves will often hunt smaller animals. In this deep water, it's a losing game, and the wolf soon gives up the chase. Once the wolves are gone, life returns. Plants and plants like beavers, Canada's heartland is a great place for water birds and a host of other plant life. And it's not just wildlife that benefits. Beaver dammed waterways regulate the flow of rainwater, reducing flood pulses and allowing silt to settle out and clear water to flow. The effect of beavers on the landscape is so beneficial that the Blackfoot people are the same. Beavers built the rock in which we live. The early European explorers, however, saw beavers in a very different light. In the summer of 1659, two French adventurers, Radisson and Rosseyer, set off on a clandestine expedition. Their plan was to paddle their canoe deep into Canada's wild heartland, make friends amongst Aboriginal communities along their route, and encourage them to trap beavers and bring their fur pelts to Montreal to train. For a whole year, the Frenchmen were out of contact with the outside world. The following summer, the explorers suddenly reappeared. This time, the company. Their canoes were laden with bales of beaver pelts. All in all, there were 55 tons of furs, requiring a flotilla of 100 canoes to carry the load. This was the beginning of the fur trading industry in Canada. This industry decimated the population. Prior to the arrival of Europeans, there were as many as 400 million beavers on the continent. Today, there are just 12 million. Beavers vanished in many forest rockpools, profoundly changing the character of the landscape. Without beaver ponds, the forest becomes dry, less diverse. And in the vast evergreen forests of Western Ontario, summer lightning is more likely to spark a huge blaze. With flames shooting over 100 meters high, the fire front is threatening a valuable timber reserve, and there are human settlements in the area too. Action is required. Over 50 fire ranger crews and 7 helicopters operated by the Ontario Fire Service are dispatched to the scene. The helicopters pick up water from a local lake to douse pockets of blazing forest. trenches strip the forest ahead of the advancing firefighter. And with these tactics, the blaze is finally brought under control. Fire has always been a natural part of this landscape. Today, fire is recognized as an essential part of the forest cycle, and wildfires are allowed to burn unchecked unless they threaten life or property. While the aftermath looks like devastation, these trees have had thousands of years to adapt. In the wake of the flames, cones of the jackpine unfurl, releasing their seeds. Over time, new trees grow up, and the forest gradually recovers. With some changes to plant them, and also new ones. Over 3 centuries of European settlement, the prairie landscape has radically changed. Neatly ploughed farms, fenced-in cattle ranches now occupy most of the original wild spots. All that remains of the vast bison herds that once roamed the prairie is a few small managed herds in wildlife reserves and game ranches. On a game ranch in Manitoba, a female bison has just given birth. This calf is entering a world where she will be protected from predators, given extra feed in winter, and generally cosseted by her human owners. The formidable animal that once helped shape the prairie landscape has become a profitable commodity. Formed over thousands of years in an open prairie landscape, faced with the ever-present threat of marauding wolves, the calf's instinct is to struggle to its feet within weeks of birth. Domestication may have changed its circumstances, but this little bison remains wild at heart. In southwestern Alberta, near the Rocky Mountains, the prairie landscape is now dominated by farms and fences. But it doesn't mean that all the wildlife has disappeared. In recent years, some surprising animals have started to reappear amongst the cattle fields and pastures in what was once their traditional prairie habitat. A grizzly bear. And she isn't alone. She has 3 half-grown cubs with her. These days, grizzlies are a rare sight on the prairie, but it was not always so. When Europeans came here 300 years ago, they were common across the prairies of southern Canada. But the people that settled here thought them dangerous and shot them on sight. By the middle of the last century, grizzlies had been driven to extinction right across the prairies. However, some bears survived on mountains to the west, occasionally wandering down to the hills. Although much of their diet is plant-based, at certain times of the year, some grizzly bears do kill and eat young livestock. So it's a testament to our changing attitudes that many of the people who live in this region today are willing to explore a new relationship with these amazing animals. For thousands of years, people have lived alongside wildlife in Canada's heart. And so long as we afford nature the space it needs, it will continue to flourish and to surprise us. The end of the last ice age signaled the birth of modern Canada. But thousands of years later, much of the north is still buried under ice. Since the end of the last ice age, people have shaped and exploited other areas of Canada. But the ice and cold have made the far north seem impenetrable. Few people or animals feel home in the far north. Less than 1% of North American mammals can survive year-round above the tree line. Ice defines the Arctic. And what happens to ice here will influence the entire planet. Ice suits one creature more than any other in the Arctic. The polar bear. This mother built her den in the frozen ground and gave birth to a pair of cubs over the winter. She hasn't eaten for 8 months. She's lost almost half her body weight and relies on a double layer coat of fur to keep warm. She needs to find food soon. But she'll have to wait until the cubs are confident enough to travel long distances. They have no immediate worries, as their mother will nurse them for around 2 years. So for now, they can explore and play. The ice that will become their greatest ally is at first strange and new. In early spring, this family will travel hundreds of kilometers to reach hunting grounds before the breakup of the sea rats.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spicy, sauced, bold, and blocked. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
The fall holiday weekend is just around the corner, and it's the perfect time to dare to compare. You've seen the action. America loves it so much that Bob's is opening 2 new stores on October 11th. Dare to compare. Bob's near you.
Greatness hurts. Tylenol. Care without limits. Mm-hmm.
Arctic ice appears to be a single entity. In fact, it takes many different forms, both on land and sea, varying massively in age, consistency, and behavior. Some communities in the north have 70 different words to describe sea ice, even more than they have for snow. Ice can be many different things, from gigantic glaciers to the smallest crystals. And some ice behaves in astonishing ways. With the right conditions, one of the Arctic's secret ice wonders starts to grow. They are called frost flowers. Beautiful patterns of ice form on the frozen surface of the sea when temperatures suddenly plummet. No one knows for sure why they form, but scientists know they contain a high concentration of bacteria, the essence of life. Only hours after they appear, their intricate structures start to fade, leaving no trace behind. Sea ice is almost always in flux. Under the right conditions, it can fleetingly attract a concentration of life. But at other times, the ice seems to form an endless wilderness and can be desolate and life-threatening, particularly for us humans. Drifting pack ice and icebergs can easily crush huge ships in minutes. But this didn't stop early explorers being fascinated by the Arctic. In the 19th century, there were dozens of European explorers trying to find a mythical Northwest Passage, a route from the Atlantic through the Arctic to the Pacific. No one ever made it, and the sailors became terrified of the Arctic Ocean, and with good reason. Just 2 minutes in freezing water could kill a man. The British were especially desperate to conquer the area. In 1845, John Franklin was handed the last and most notorious mission to break through and finally rule the vast, inhospitable area of the North. They thought their expertise was more advanced than any locals could offer. So they went free stocked, taking everything they might need. Believing there was no way of finding food in such a cold place, they loaded 15 tons of canned food, the latest technology. It was enough to last them over 3 years. What they didn't realize is there's always plenty of food to find in the Arctic, if you only know where to look. The Inuit have an exceptional understanding of local ice conditions. This patch of sea ice near the northeastern edge of Quebec, Sea bounty of food, people were able to exploit. But this is no ordinary piece of sea ice. Seen from the level of the frozen sea, it looks as if cliffs are climbing up into the sky. But this illusion is created by the largest tides in the world, which are still flowing underneath the ice. When the tide comes back in, the temporary ice cliffs vanish once again. This is a landscape that appears to breathe. The ice has claimed many lives, as the force of 16-meter tides creates death traps when the ice cracks. But these tides also offer hidden opportunities. With all other traditional food sources hard to find in February, these hunters brave the -40 temperatures and head out to sea. They know that at the lowest tides, the sea under thick ice retreats so far back that if you know what to look for, you can find stable hollow spaces under the ice. This gives them access to the rich bounty of the seabed, knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation. They are willing to risk the danger of tons of ice just centimeters above their heads, and ice starting to melt, all for an unlikely source of nutritious food.
Downy free and gentle. Softer clothes for skin's sake.
Come through your future with a respected degree online from WGU. Scholarships available at wgu.edu.
Thousands of rich mussels, enough to feed all their families. They have less than an hour to collect them before the tide returns. When the sea starts to come back, there's no time to lose. They need to leave now, before the cave fills with seawater and becomes deadly. In moments, the ice seals over, and there's no trace of anyone having been there. Like the Inuit, the animals that live year-round in the Arctic also know how to exploit weather conditions to find hidden food. Even though sea ice that forms over winter will be 1 or 2 meters thick by spring, there are also places where the current and winds keep the water open. Called paninis, they act like oases in the desert and are magnets for animals. In the middle of the vast Hudson Bay, common eider ducks are drawn to one of these patches of open water to find food. Without open water, the birds have a slim chance of survival. The stronger birds sense what's happening and fly off to find open water, even though the distance they need to travel may be life-threatening. But to stay is also risky. The temperature needs to rise to keep the water open. At some indefinable point, the ducks' options are gone. Their energy is fading. They can't even dive to get food. Sadly for the ducks, the march of the ice here is unstoppable. And it turned out the sea ice was also not forgiving and friendly too. HMS Erebus and Terra were state-of-the-art steamships with reinforced iron plates, which made it able to sail through the sea ice in the summer. They thought they were going to command and conquer the elements. And during their first winter,